I call this meeting of the Qisd Independent School District Board of Education to order at 6:00 p.m. Today is May the 19th, 2026. Madam Secretary, if you'll call roll.
President Rayo,
Present.
Vice President Cordova, Secretary Vito, present. Member Cisneros,
Present.
Member Romero,
Let our record reflect that a quorum is present, so we'll stand for the pledge. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, with the symbol of perfect friendship among the United Cultures.
Next item is approval of agenda. I'll move.
second.
First and second, any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next item is approve, amend, or disapprove prior meeting minutes for item A, regular school board meeting of May 5th, 2026. Second. First and second, any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next item is welcome and introductions.
You want an introduction?
Yeah, the presenters would be nice.
Sounds good. So right over here, got Mr. Mark Valenzuela, bond advisor from Bosque Advisors. Behind them we have Valerie Trujillo, executive director of the NWREC2, Roberto Vigil, what's your exact title?
Educational
Coordinator, and Vicky Abreu is also educational coordinator. Both work with the NWREC2 as well.
Thank you guys for being here with us. Next item, public comment. None. Next item, presentations, is NWREC2 presentation, Ms. Valerie Trujillo.
Sure. Ms. Vicky will pass out our strategic plan that we created with our governing council. Actually, it'll be a year this June, so it's a 3-year plan. So, just a little introduction about what we do and what we serve 8-member school districts. So we're one of 10 NWREs, so there's regional education partners spread out throughout the state, and there's 10 of us. And so we are administratively attached to the New Mexico Public Education Department, so we're considered a state agency. And we serve 8-member school districts. So the 8 that we serve is Chama, Jemez Mountain, Cuba, and we'll see on that side of the mountain, and on this side we serve Taos, Cuesta, Peñasco, and Mesa Vista. So we're not defined by size, but we're defined by depth. So we're talking about, what do we do? We strengthen the education in Northwest New Mexico by providing high quality support to your districts and advance educational excellence for all. Some of our core values that we created with the board, and my board consists of 8 superintendents. As a matter of fact, right now, Superintendent Maldonado is our vice chair, but he has stepped up into be the chair for the rest of the school year. So I answer to the 8 superintendents, and a little bit about us. Like I stated, it's an 8-member school district. We do serve. You'll see in the booklet that where their map is at, we serve also Los Alamos, Powhatan, and Espanola. They're in our hashtag area, and you'll see in the actual map. So we're in the green part, and as you can see, there's 10 RECs throughout the state, and we're the regionally placed. So there's 89 school districts, and out of those 89, there's 72 that we serve now, and we're across the state. So basically, part of the statute, we support, it used to be 69 districts, most of them rural, but we also support state-supported schools and some charter schools. And as you can see in those three, Los Alamos, Espanola, and Pulaque, they're not true members, they're non-members, but we still invite them to our technical assistance and professional development training. So that's the distribution map. You'll also find in there our leadership. So as I stated before, our council, which is all considered our board, consists of the 8 superintendents. And just a little bit about my staff. This is my 30th year in education, and proud former superintendent of Qisd. I was here for 7 years. And Roberta Vigil, she comes to us from higher ed, and so she also has almost 30 years experience. She's our U.S. education coordinator. Vicki here has over 30 years experience, and she's also our education coordinator, and her focus is in the area of special education. I have a business manager, CPO, and HR. Her name is Janine Sparks, and then Vanessa Martinez is my assistant business manager. Martha Sanchez is my educational support, who has also over 30-some years of experience, and she oversees CTE and the Title III consortiums. I have Dolores Patino, she's our Medicaid coordinator, and Qisd is one of ours that we do Medicaid billing for you all. Susie Chavez, she's also from Cerro. She's our Paso coordinator. We have a social media and digital media contractor. Her family's from here, also from here from Qisd, Danielle. And then we have Erin Easley. She's our disciplinary literacy coach coordinator. And she serves, so we have an IGA throughout the state for literacy and humanities. And so we're all over. We're even in Carlsbad with our disciplinary literacy. Then we have Brandy Corey, who's a Paso administrative coordinator. Part of that literacy initiative, we have 10 disciplinary literacy coaches spread out throughout the state. Gina Soruto, Doreen Cahill, Marlene Pittman, Candy Rains, Jessica Winchester, Leslie Arnold, Shannon Davis, Selena Lopez, Corey Lott, Annette Holder, and Juana Castillo. So the REC basically works closely with our member districts to provide and facilitate any type of support, guidance, or technical assistance. And that's through a joint power agreement to assist districts in achieving their goals. So every year we send out a needs assessment at the beginning of the school district and ask what types of trainings does your district need, what kind of support. As you know, with special education, there's times that districts have to do a corrective action plan. So we assist with those. We also assist with, like, let's say, even your regular education plan that you have to submit with your budgets. Vicki has also assisted 2 school districts with their DASH plans and provide support in that area. So some of our target priorities is like CPI. So now we have both of them train the trainer in CPI. So that's Crisis Prevention Institute. And that includes the trauma-informed practices. And so they'll come in and teach our staff to do holds, the proper holds, and how to de-escalate. So a lot of de-escalation techniques. And then we provide special ed inclusionary practices and we also pay for all the licenses for Qisd for Goldbook, and that just helps with the IEP facilitation. And then again, we do Medicaid billing for you all, and we also pay for Power School special programs and the digital signature. You guys are moving to Synergy, but we'll still continue to pay for another year of Power School special programs and digital signature while you guys are in that transition into Synergy. We also provide to help assist with the child find. We just had a whole county-wide child find that included Qisd. And then again, we have our Title III consortium service and then the CTE consortium. And then the REC was asked to kind of facilitate the Rural CT Alliance. So our Penasco superintendent, she's our president for the CT Rural Alliance, that's Michelle Gonzalez. And then again, we have the secondary disciplinary literacy coaching program. We participate in the Northern Transition Team for the Rio Arriba County, and then for the Taos County, that is called La Mariposa. And then we also just have the Scholar Athlete Honors Banquet that we put on, and we recognize 2 of your students. Real help in any type of school improvement plans. We just had on March 31st a regional spelling bee. And Roberta here, since she comes from higher ed, something we added this year was FAFSA support for families and students. And also, she can provide freshman orientations for kiddos. She can provide, getting them to be college and career ready, depending on, not everybody wants to go to college, but they want to go to career. So she also assists in any of that support. I also provide any type of mentorships for superintendents and principals that may need that. Again, I did talk about corrective action planning, but something that's really awesome is that Vicky's also done a deep dive with data, so that whole data analysis and instructional planning. We also do grant management, fiscal services, and human resources support. So we do a lot of fiscal management for many bureaus within the New Mexico Public Education Department. So we're like their fiscal agent when it comes to some of these IGAs. We also provide a lot of legal trainings to our districts. So like today, your district was offered a 504 training. It was virtual with an attorney called, her name is Lori Gerke. So we had a session at 9, then we had a session at 1. And then we have, like this coming Thursday, we have a monthly roundtable discussion. So again, that one is with the Walsh Gallegos law firm. So from 10 to 10:30, they get to have like hot topics. And they have free 30 minutes that we paid for of any special ed legal topics. And then from 10:30 to 12, we provide a very specific special ed legal training. So, and every month is a different topic. So that's the third Thursday of every month. And then we also provide FERPA legal trainings. We had Open Meetings Act this year, chronic absenteeism. We had one on balancing safety and rights in that threat assessment. We also provided a legal training on writing legally compliant goals for an IEP. We provided a legal training in faith. So what does that look like for the free appropriate public education and self-contained classrooms? We provided one for gifted and graduation options. Again, we had the 504 today, but we also have Section 504 training in the fall. And we also had like equitable access to education. So what does that look like when we're complying with state and federal laws? So as you can see, we serve as a cornerstone for many professional development in the Northwest region, providing that impactful training and support that benefits not just your superintendent, but your principals, your teachers, your support staff, your SPED directors, and your students. All of these initiatives are delivered through intergovernmental agreements. So that's with the New Mexico Public Education and ECD, which is your early childhood and care act. So again, we provide we even provide EA trainings, substitute teacher trainings. Roberta did an SAT training out in Dulce this year, so she can do a lot of that. Inclusionary practices, MLSS next week. We're going to be hosting a statewide MLSS training for the entire state on the 29th and 30th. And we're going to be paying $500 each day, as long as they attend both days as a stipend, plus their per diem of up to $250 if they need the mileage. And then that's going to be in collaboration with John Carrico. He's the co-author for Edu Protocols. So the three of us are going back to Laguna Beach to learn another set of protocols. And there's like over 100 protocols. And last year, Vicki and I went. And so we've had 2 huge convenings with Edu Protocols. Next week is going to be offered for the entire state. And so then part of our IJs that we host, and I just want to share the bureaus that we hold intergovernmental agreements right now, is with the New Mexico Office of Special Education, the New Mexico Early Childhood Education Care Act, the NCCD. We have an IGA with the New Mexico Governor's Commission on Disability. We have an IGA with the New Mexico PED Priority Schools Bureau, the Literacy and Humanities Bureau, the College and Career Readiness Bureau, the Language and Culture Division Bureau, the Community Schools and Extended Learning Division Bureau, Safe and Healthy Schools Bureau, Curriculum and Instruction Division Bureau, and then we just wrapped up a grant with the Kellogg Foundation. So with the superintendents, we created 4 goals for the REC for the next 3 years. Goal 1 was to have high quality, high impact professional development. Goal 2 was to strengthen that governance and accountability. Goal number 3 was to grow the REC and the expansion of REC. So that's the reason why we also get more IGAs, so that we only, even though we're considered a state agency, we only get $150,000 to open up our doors. So it's through the grants and through the IGAs that we're able to get some funding in and hire more folks. And then the fourth goal was to strengthen advocacy and collaborative partnerships. So as you can see, we really try to assess the local needs and then try to deliver on what those needs are. So that concludes my presentation for this evening, and we stand for questions.
President Rao? Well, first of all, I just want to say welcome.
Thank you.
Roberta was my first boss when I was 19 years old, so it's a very full circle moment for me. So yeah, I just know that you guys are in good hands with her, because I still talk about you to this day on your leadership, and I work there.
And I'm excited to see you at this
Thank
role
you.
too.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
So I just have a couple questions. Did any employees attend the training today? Do we know?
From Qisd, so these two facilitated.
Not for my morning one.
Okay, and then do you keep like a percentage of staff, or like we had a percentage of Qisd staff attend like all of these trainings that you just mentioned?
So we do so if it's a virtual training, we end up putting in their names and their emails in there. So we always ask them in chat, make sure that you identify yourself. Because sometimes, when you're doing a Zoom, they might not have their full name on as their title, right?
Yeah.
So I tell them, make sure you're putting your district in that. So we try to look at it. So part of the strategic plan is to kind of look at, our member districts and how many attended from each one. Now, of course, we are at the tail end, but today's training was specifically asked for Penasco schools. They're the ones that requested it, but since it was virtual, I felt it was important to invite the other member school districts to see if they wanted to. And then next week, we're hoping that teachers do, it's a great training, it's amazing 2-day training, it's a Friday and a Saturday, and they attend both days, they get $500 each day, plus their travel, so I think it's up to $250, so.
And then I'm just, forgive my ignorance, I'm kind of new to this. Are these free trainings that you provide?
We provide it, yes,
Okay.
everything, yeah. And the way we get the funding for those is through like our SLA grant or part of these IGAs. So like next week's training is going to be paid through an IGA that we have with the Curriculum Instruction Bureau out of New Mexico.
Would it be possible to get like a copy of the percentage of like the rates of staff that have attended throughout like whatever amount of time, like the last school year or so?
We can kind of look at, because even in the monthly roundtable, you guys also have that percentage too and who attends those. But then we also have a yearly empowerment series, which is huge. This past year, we had, I believe, 132 people who attended. And I believe there's quite a bit most of that. I think there's quite a,
six of them that attended.
Okay.
we kind of look, put something together for you all. And then, you wanna,
Obviously, it's to say that we are scheduled for you guys,
For CPI.
for CPI and MLSS.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay, any other questions?
No, ma'am, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll just be here for a little bit and then if you just leave that. So.
Yeah,
Thank you,
no,
thank you,
good.
thank you.
Thank you. The IT guys called in because they can't be here for their IT report, so if you want to send them a message and
Yeah.
they can call in. Move on to the next item is approve the Memphis School Administrative Department reports. First up is Nathan. Mr. Aaron.
President, members of the board, hope you're all doing good. Look for questions and comments.
Mr. President, go ahead, sir. President, do we have a plan for prairie dog stuff at the high school?
Right now, we have, what's his name? Our
Good riddance.
Good
2
riddance.
weeks ago to do his treatment.
How's that working out? How often does he do that?
he's been coming like once a week.
Because I noticed I've been in a while before the big bank that
It's
down the walkway, there's prairie dogs going.
Yeah, it seems like he kills or whatever he does to them,
It moves.
and then they move. But man, there's a ton of them. I mean, We had an idea of, trying to get rid of some, so we'll try that. But other than that, there's
What's he doing?
He drops pallets.
Drops the pallets, the environmental, whatever, safe.
Okay.
but it is
Yeah, he drops
They're out there.
pallets. He drops pallets. I think he only has so many that he can drop at a time. Because it's on state property, he has to go through a special training. And so he has gone through that special training, but they will only sell him so many at a time. And so he drops pallets in the holes, and it's pretty much.
they don't come out the same hole.
Yeah.
And what about the gazebo? Are they gonna do anything with that? It looked like it was kind of trashed up.
We took a look at it. It needs a little maintenance on it, so we got that scheduled now for when school is out.
Okay. Is the county keeping up with you on the Costilla stuff?
Yes, in fact, I got a call from Chris Madrid, and he put me in contact with the contractors in case they had any questions or if I needed to show them anything. But they said they would keep me in the loop.
Okay, cool. Along that same question is the gym floor, have they said it, like gotten together to kind of address that?
Chris said he would get with me, but he hasn't set an appointment or anything, so I'm just waiting on that. And hopefully they, it sounded like they were gonna help out. He must have thought about it.
Any other questions for maintenance? No. Next up, nutrition.
No report in here for nutrition. I do know that they're finishing up the year, trying to get rid of what they have left. So they've been eating Cook's Choice for the past couple of days. Yeah. It's been an interesting Cook's Choice, but they did the other day, yesterday actually, elementary ate at the high school, so cooks all worked up there for the field day or whatever it ended up turning into, but they stayed up there and they ate, so they were able to feed them all. I think they got sack lunches, which I think the plan was to cook burgers, but I don't know why it changed to sack lunches. But they ate. That was the positive thing in it.
Any questions? Transportation.
Transportation expert and Miss Julie Seguro.
So you do have my report in front of you. Right now, everything's pretty much like always. Buses are running. They have their last book trip for tomorrow. We'll have to sit, well, not we, but they, administration will have to sit down and talk about reviewing and the discussion of bus routes and the number of students, who's riding and some of the bus routes that may need to change. So we'll move on that.
What is the numbers?
It's the same thing. Off my top of my head, I can't remember, but it's more like the Costilla route that we need to kind of look at and see. And so I can't remember what I gave you guys on the routes. The one that used to have a lot on the route was Gates route. It charges now, but it's still pretty much the same. And the one that has the higher was Gates route and the Costilla Magazine.
I don't know if I was here or if you were here. Did we do anything for fuel increases? We haven't.
No,
They haven't.
the state, well, fuel increases like for the daily routes, that they give you what they give you from what you used from the year before, by the mileage and so
For
forth.
for whatever activities we had.
They haven't come up to request anything.
Okay. Yeah, I know it's in the contract, but they haven't, that I'm aware of, to ask for an increase because of the fuel prices.
Does the state touch it a little bit?
reaches a certain point.
that he can renegotiate.
Yeah, but he,
Okay, so
yeah,
yes,
yeah, it's on them to come to us for that, yeah. And then transportation, I think just something to think about for the next year and like after sports, we used to run a vehicle or I don't even think it's a bus, but from Cuesta de Costilla for athletes after practice and that kind of stuff. I don't know how many go back and forth, but we used to send a Suburban, if I remember correctly, to meet the parents after practices down at the gas station there. But one of the concerns that was brought to me from some parents out there was having to travel back and forth and asked if maybe we could consider after practices to provide transportation back to the north.
It was, we did that, we tried it a few different times, but what happened was that we would have certain sports where it was full, and then we'd have some where it was just one or none, but we still had a driver and then they were ready. You know, we had some that nobody wanted to do because we had some practices that would end at 9 or 9:30.
Yeah.
So it was hard to meet everybody's needs
Yeah.
because either one would have to be waiting for practice to start, one group, and so they'd be sitting here waiting. And then the next group, in order to take them, you'd have to, you'd be going back and forth.
You have to
every
have
3
multiple
times,
trips
multiple.
during the night because a bunch of, like, for example, like during basketball, a bunch of those girls will practice for basketball and then half of them will stay for cheerleading after. So you have to run them.
Yeah, and like I said, I remember we did do something like that, but I don't know the feasibility of it, but
We had tried it, and actually, Mr. Martinez was using our bus, and he was making that run. And we kind of stopped well, we didn't stop, we ran it through this whole season, but the average was about 2 kids that were riding that bus because of that. He was leaving at like 5:30, and then like Mr. Cisneros said, you had kids that were staying to go to another practice, and so it was basically we were paying him to transport two kids out there.
Which I think we need to do better with that and have a cutoff time because nobody should stay past 8 o'clock, you know.
don't, yeah, for practices. Okay, just it was asked and I said, well, we can look at it.
We can definitely take a look. I've also thrown some suggestions to Miss Segura for transportation next year. Of when we do take these trips, kind of looking at the routes, using Google Maps to kind of route the way. What we found this year was there were some trips that were taken that we went additional ways and cost starts to come up. If we're gonna start looking at cost of additional mileage, we also need to look at the cost and the ability to take those trips. Average about $400 to $600 additional a trip. You go to the same place 5 times in a year, and that's a pretty decent penny. So I think getting that grip on it and saying to say, you know, we will map this out unless it's, you know, weather conditions, road construction, road closures, things like that. This is the route that needs to be taken.
You gotta work with the scheduling of those
Yes.
games because if we had a few that we were coming back at
Mhm.
8 o'clock in the morning.
Alright, anything else? Move on to
Yeah, can you guys hear us?
Yeah, you're next. Bill.
Awesome, you ready for us now?
Yep.
All right, awesome. So, May's a pretty slow month, end of school, and not much going on as far as service tickets for teachers and stuff like that. So, not much on that front. Graduation I thought was pretty smooth. The audio was really great. Moving the microphones from the field into the gym, and that works really well. We're going to replace the ones that were out in the field with that same brand. This summer, we're going to be doing a full kind of systems health audit. That's going to be kind of starting as soon as I get back into town. Basically looking at phones, cameras, wireless system, door access system, anything that we manage, kind of auditing how we're doing, what the health is, and kind of get you guys a report in June as to the health of everything, and then just kind of keep going with repairs and things like that from there. And the other thing that we are doing this summer we're gonna be re-asset tagging all of the Chromebooks that we have on the fleet. So putting a new sticker on them and getting them into a digital, database so that we have a little bit better tracking as to who has what device, age of the devices, health, and stuff like that. And so that's kind of the big stuff. Can I take any questions from you guys? I got Bill here too. We got Julie new updated.
I don't, any questions? No, sir, we're good, thank you.
All right, thank you so much, guys. We'll see you soon, and I'll be in the next one in person for sure.
Oh, we're also gonna install those cameras,
Oh yeah, excuse me. The cameras, looking at the gates, we've got those. I've got them at my house. We're gonna get them in the next couple of weeks here. So that's the last week out here.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, guys. Take care. See you guys.
Athletics.
No, you're fine. If you have any questions, let me know.
In the last meeting, did you tell us what track did? Or no? Did it, yeah, because that's the last date.
Oh, I can give you for state.
Yeah,
So we ended up taking 13 girls to state, 5 boys to state. All competed and won to multiple events. I had as many that were maxed out, 5 events. And as few as 1 event. So it just depended on the student athlete. As I said, our team was consisted of 13 girls. All 13 of our girls did qualify for state. As for boys, we had 7 boys. 5 of those 7 boys did qualify for state. As for being at state, our kiddos did bring back the number of medals from 2nd place to 6th place, depending on the event, which was great to see. A lot of schools show up to the state meet and don't score a single point because they don't make it to finals or they don't make it out of the first round. So to see that was a great representation. Couple of events, we had multiple event placers. So it was a good weekend for our kids and good time for them to kind of shine and show what they had been doing all season long.
that's good to hear.
It's getting tougher every year.
Mhm.
Those times get better and
Getting
better.
faster and faster.
It's
I
like-
think they said there was 38 state records broken at that track meet.
Wow,
And at the big track meet that just happened this weekend, I want to say there was like 27. Dudes
those
that-
are the bigger districts?
Yes, those are like your 4As and 5As. When we go to state, it's 1A, 2A, and 3A that all compete at the same time. And so to see that many records broken was amazing. High jumper, I think, jumped 6'5". In the big school one, they had one that went almost 7 foot. So yeah, it's getting competitive out there. Kids are tough. Kid broke the state record in like the 800. I think he finally broke the 150 mark, which is pretty moving for a kid. So it was a good day.
19s.
Yeah.
Those from single A schools,
Yeah.
it's gonna be tough for us next year.
Yeah. The positive thing is you'll get a lot of kids in because the times do. Now going and competing, but you're still competing. You got Texaco who is tough. Texaco times has 3 or 4 guys or girls qualified in 1 event.
Logan.
Logan is another one of those in the smaller school. For Sumner, of course, is Texaco. Huh? No, they're staying up. But yeah. So it doesn't. Whatever way you go, you have some tough competition. They're tough kids to see them. Yeah.
And, what's it called, Mario Kart?
Oh, our
Esports.
esport kid. We had one esport kid that placed 3rd place in Madden. So he did bring home a medal in Madden, which was good to see. Year after year, we've had at least 1 or 2 kids that have made it to Albuquerque to compete. Last year, we have the state champion that went and competed in NBA 2K25 or 26. I don't remember which year it was, but he did bring home. They eliminated that game this year, so he didn't get to compete. But the other kid in the Madden, he's excited about it because he's only a junior, and the kid that ended up beating him, that ended up winning it, was a senior. So he feels he can get his redemption next year. And so until that little 8th grader comes along, and, yeah. So
Next up, Alta Vista Sped Principal.
she is out. She has got a graduation today for her nephew. Her report is in front of you. If you have any questions, I can answer them to the best of my ability.
They had to move the kids in the gym for the field day.
Yeah, they have to move her inside.
Yeah, you only got little ones with one race.
Yeah.
They actually treat.
And he goes all sad. Dad, we didn't even have a field day. It wasn't that windy. I was like, yeah. You're gonna flaco, you're gonna follow. Yeah.
Did we lose board number?
It looks like, yeah, because we have a couple of those classes that were like 24, 20,
Yeah.
22. So it does look like we did lose a couple of students.
Yeah, I guess we're.
And even that pre-K, I believe that pre-K was at 14 and it's at 12.
Oh, I got a question on this. Why are they doing the promotions in the middle of the day?
I asked that same question, and the comment I got was that they've always done that, and I said, no, I don't remember it being done like that. I remember it being done
It's always at
in
6
the evening,
o'clock.
like at 6 o'clock. I saw today, even for the pre-K graduation, it was your number of people that normally come weren't really there.
Yeah, most of the parents had to work.
Tomorrow you're gonna have the same thing for the 6th grade promotion.
Are we building those days into the calendar, or are they just deciding?
They're just deciding. Because honestly, until I got a picture of the little flyer, I didn't even know what days those were. Like, I have no idea. Pre-K normally graduates before, which that was the question I asked. They said, well, why can't we just use the same stage that's already set up at the high school? Run your pre-K graduation on maybe that Thursday, because yeah, and then run your high school graduation on your Saturday. And then if you need to do promotions in between, it can stay up and you could have run that today, tomorrow, whatever day you wanted to. And then take it down so that we're not moving, because I know you guys saw it, you were there today, Kelly. That was the same balloons and stuff and backdrop that came from the high school, so our maintenance guys had to move it from one to the other, and then
Well, they used to have their own, but not doing that.
they have it. They don't have the backdrop, and that's what they want. The stage is there. They have their own stage. They have their own stage, but the balloons and things like that. That's why I said if you order those balloons and you did pre-K Thursday, your senior night on Friday, and your high school graduation on
Did they
Saturday.
come down and walk with the little ones this year?
They did.
Wasn't that when we used to do it?
Yes.
That day
It
that
was
they
that day.
walked. Is the day
It was that evening that they would do it. Which they came down and walked with them on, was it Wednesday or Thursday? Thursday.
Any more questions? To high school.
High school, I refer to Mr. Ronnie Miller.
Thank you. You guys have my report. There's not a whole lot on it. Not much has changed. The last 2 weeks, we really are just wrapping up the end of the year.
Any questions for Mr. Miller? Mr. M, you're up.
Awesome. So you did have mine in front of you as well. Some of the brief things as I did attend the, like Ms. Trujillo did bring up, we had an RAC meeting last Wednesday. So I did attend that. Last week was a busy week. It was on there. Then from there, on Thursday came back and went to his PSFA presentation in Santa Fe. Like I was telling Mr. Valenzuela, it went really well for my feel. I feel like it was questions were asked were weird questions, like how many days are on our calendar, how many days does our staff do professional development. It wasn't really pertaining to that. Only question that they did ask me is, out of that $13 million, would you be willing to push the full 13 million towards it? And I said, definitely a question I can work with the board. I said, I think that was the whole purpose of it, was to push that. I said, at the most, they would want to look at maybe about 2 million, 3 million to be able to resurface and redo their fields. And I said, that would probably be the biggest piece that they would like to see. But for the rest of it, we would be willing to contribute to the build. Of course, still working with the legal counsel on the land. I haven't been formally served at this point in time, but I guess the lady's searching for me. So as soon as she finds me, then the attorney will then feed you guys the rest of the information of what we need to know.
When are you leaving?
So I'm trying to avoid it.
You're out of here in June or when?
In June, yeah.
Yeah.
Trying
And
to.
that's the Amalia?
That's Amalia, yeah. So that's what I think, because we have some information and she'll share with you at the next meeting on where we're at with that in executive. Successfully completed and submitted the unified application, which is your Title I, Title II, Title III, Title IV, as well as your IDA. All that has been uploaded. I did have a few things I have to resubmit for Title II. I did build a lot, and actually that came from our calendar stuff. I did build a lot of money for Fridays for teachers to come in and do professional development, be able to do their strategic planning and their scaffolding and their vertical alignments and all the stuff that they had. We'll definitely work with the REC on trying to get them to help support those things, and that will be one of the things that we'll do. So I put more money towards that, and so that's why I asked for it to come back. Haven't received anything on the IDA portion yet. I don't see that it will be a concern. In that also in OBMS is the calendar upload. The calendar gets uploaded into that, and that's how the state gives their approval. Also completed the district's ed plan, which has been finalized. I did get a confirmation that it was accepted and done. Also just completed the fine arts grant, which is a piece that pays pretty much our elementary art teacher salary, and so we wanted to make sure we kept that going and kept that up and works. I've been working with the VHIL group, just making sure some of those budget things that we've asked for or looked at in budget committee are being done. Did attend senior night graduation activities, and assisted in preparing the athletic banquet and help with the organization of, coaches' accomplishments as well as student athlete accomplishments.
For senior night, Mr. Miller, do you remember how much that the kids got in scholarships?
89,000, right at 90,000, 88 or 89,000. That we know of. We think there's probably another 5,000 or 6,000 sitting out there, so a little over 90.
Yeah, it was a really well decorated, and it's like we tell them, apply for everything. You get it, you don't. Apply for it all. We had a couple of individuals that walked out with probably about 20 to 30,000 scholarships on their own. And like you said, that's just the ones that were brought to us. There were other ones that did not get brought to us. And so it was a good group of scholarships awarded to these students this year.
It's huge for a class of 20, what are they,
21
21?
students.
And you guys,
21, because I had 22, but one of them was a duplicate that I announced twice.
Did you make 2 diplomas for him?
I did, and then he's holding it up, looking, and I'm like, oh, well, you're on the list twice, man.
Did you give it to him?
No.
What you give?
got a spare? Yeah, you use it. That was great. That was really good. Okay, more questions for Ms. Ben? All right, moving on to new business. Item A, discuss some possible action regarding reviewing and approval of preliminary official statement for the city's 2026 general obligation school bonds, building bonds.
So, Mr. President, what's in front of you is a preliminary official statement. This is the document that will go to investors, and they'll take a look at this. I provided an electronic copy at the last meeting for you to, put yourself to sleep looking at it. But I wanted to take you through it real quickly, just to let you know what's in it. This is a document of the district, and so the primary thing that we're asking you to, look at is if there's any misrepresentation of information here. We scour this, we keep looking at it, and so, but I just don't want to miscommunicate to you that ultimately it's the district's document, and so the obligation to take a look at it, make sure we didn't get anything wrong is really high. It's a high level. But if I could just run through this, so investors, we're trying to post this by Thursday to the final version. This will go out to investors. It'll be what they look at when they're making a determination to buy your bonds. We anticipate the bond sale will be June 9th. We'll open up the bids on 9 o'clock that morning and see what kind of pricing we get it. So, and again, it'll be based on this document that they're reading, along with your audit. So if I can just take you through it really quickly. The second page here, I'm showing you the red line version, so what the changes have been made from what you saw last time. The primary one is the rating came in strong. I think I said this last time, but the team that went and presented, I think did a great job. And the rating that you got back in A3 was a good response to that presentation. The rating analyst was saying that, the strength of the financials was good, the governance was good. It's a small district that's losing enrollment like a lot of districts in New Mexico. And those are some of the negative things out there. So, but I'll tell you, you have a higher rating than some of the larger districts that exist in New Mexico. So I was really pleased with the rating as it came out.
Does this, is the state rating, will select the state, but this is what we are?
Yes, sir. So when investors look at this, Mr. President, they look at both of them. And so if you're even lower than where you're currently at, like a triple B rating, which would be right below it, you're going to get investors, even though they're still buying that state rating, they're going to price it a little bit higher because the underlying rating is a little bit lower. So you're in a good place. You're right in the middle of the pack of where most school districts are in New Mexico, especially small and mid-sized districts. So again, the first page just kind of gives investors an overview of everything that's happening. The second page has a table of the bond payments, just the principal, not the interest. We don't know what the interest is until the investors come in and give the bid. But this is how the investors are going to get paid year after year. And then, and so when you see the red highlights, that's where we made changes, on the inside page, the information about the district. We had a few mistakes here. We were putting the high school address, I think, rather than the central office address. We put in the V Hill group as your business manager, just to denote that, you work with that group. And then as we keep going, I'm just going to start running through these pages. On the next view, again, it's just an introduction to what investors see. And this is a long document, I get it. Investors are used to these. They see these every day from school districts all around the United States. And so, though it may seem long, they know exactly where they want to go to get information. So, and from our perspective, making sure that we're saying everything that we need to say on your behalf is the important part. So there's a lot in here that's going to talk about how bonds are traded, who's going to keep track of them, as these are paid off over the next, period of time when they'll pay off. And right now we have it set up as a 20-year. That's the maximum they can have under state law. The next issuances will start shortening, we believe, based on where the market is and what tax rates come in as. So we think we're pretty positive about that to make sure that we're keeping the interest rates down. So again, I'm just going to keep flipping through here. If there's any red highlights that you see as changes, I'm happy to explain. If I can jump over to page 16. We added some language here just to talk about your election. You had the SB9 election and you had the general obligation bond election. So we just clarified that. You'll see that red line in there. We moved a couple things around on page 17, just the organization. There wasn't any substantive there. On page 20 or 19 and 20, we mentioned the 2 charter schools that are operating within the district. We think that's important information for investors to know. So all we said is their name and where they're located. And then we also have a paragraph on page 20 about the Bee Hill Group. As you keep going through, you just keep learning more about enrollment, finances, the 5-year history of your financial statements, the balance sheet of your income statement, which we're providing to investors. And then, the retirement plan for the district employees. Frankly, investors and rating agencies see the retirement program, even though the state controls it, they still see it as a debt of the district. And we tell them every time that, well, the district has no control over what happens there, but they still book it as a debt. So we list all the information from your audit about the retirement plans. And then finally, at the very end on 36, we added some information, and I wanted to spend a second here on that. There's on page 35, the top of it's titled Continuing Disclosure Undertaking. And what that means is whenever you sell bonds to investors all across the country, you have an obligation to give them information every year. So provide them their audit, provide them a bunch of the property tax information that we're sharing in here. And you work with a company right now called AccuDisclose, who does that for you. And so what we did is we just sort of tested, we're required to kick the tires, so to speak. And we're supposed to test to see if the district's been in compliance with those annual reports. And for most of the years you have been. In 23, there was a little bit of a late audit, and it was flagged as an issue. I don't think it's, me personally, I don't think it's an issue, but just to say, okay, the district, we recognize that you think it's an issue, so we're just gonna say that we recognize it's an issue and put it in this document. It's kind of, and I'm sorry to say it this way, it's kind of a CYA for attorneys and investors that come in here and then frankly, we're just gonna protect you by saying, yes, we recognize it, we're disclosing it, we're telling you to the world that it's there. So you make your decision to buy these bonds, whether you think this issue is material. I don't believe it's material. Late audits happen all the time in local government. So it just is what it is. So not a big deal, but we're disclosing it so nobody can say that you didn't disclose it. So that's the main issue there. And then that's pretty much it, Mr. President. Again, if you have any changes that you want to make here, send them to the superintendent, who can send them to me. We're going to try to get this posted for you on Thursday because we want it to be in investors' hands for a couple of weeks before we actually sell the bonds. So if you have any changes, let us know. The reason I brought it to you this afternoon or this evening is because this is your document, and so we'd like to just have a record that you looked at it and that you voted to approve it. I would ask if you would approve with sort of a contingency to say that we can change some of the form and minor technical details. We're not going to change anything material here based on what we showed you. So I'm happy to answer any other questions about it, about the action that's in front of you this evening.
Any questions for Mr. Valenzuela? Entertain a motion. Motion to approve. Yeah, but just discussion. Okay. So a motion to approve with the stipulation to allow for minor changes and not the substance of the document. Second, Mr. Hill. discussion. So, if we were to find something in there and get it changed, well, then you have to come back to us.
No, sir, Mr. President. If you have changes, you can let us know, we'll make them for you. And especially given that it's coming from the board, and if it's a minor change, then, you know, again, your motion allows for minor changes of form and substance.
Any further discussion? Secretary, roll call.
President Rayo,
Yes.
Secretary Vito, yes. Member Cisneros?
No.
Member Rivera?
Yes. Motion carries.
Mr. President, just for the record, I'm not an objection, it's just I didn't have enough time to go over it. Maybe in the future, if you can just
Sure.
give it to us before we pack it, and we have time to review.
Understood. And for any member, I'm happy to walk through it even tomorrow, whenever, before we post.
Okay,
So I'm happy to do that.
thank you.
So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You have a safe trip.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
home. Next item is item B, discuss the possible action regarding the Hill Group LLC renewal contract.
So you do have a copy of the renewal contract, I do believe it was.
I don't. There's not one
Oh,
there,
there's not.
but Domingo, okay.
It's in the packet.
I thought it was here,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Message.
No, I can check.
Change this one.
no, isn't it? I have this,
Yeah.
and then behind it is their scope.
This is the contract, right?
From
The
the
legal
Hill
group?
Group.
Yeah.
With Qisd.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's right. So there is an increase, so you look at a total of 87,524 plus gross receipt tax. The comp station shall occur 7,293.67 plus GRT per month, for performance of all things necessary, and then as you continue, you do see a copy of their scope of work.
So, what was it now? 80?
87,524, what was it before? 80,
83.
83.
I could get the exact amount, but they have a 5%
There's a- yeah,
increase for they have to go through ACES because now it's at the point where they have to use for bidding purposes. And that was last year when they started going through ACES.
So this would be the same that they're currently doing, which would be,
Because I remember last year when the contract came about, there was
yeah,
to where we could
Some
delegate
options. Domingo or.
more duties to you, right?
You know, last year it was gonna be like a $6,000 difference. And so if we want to see the options again, we could always have them present it to us.
I mean, are you comfortable with the duties you're doing now, or would you want to take on more? I mean, you're the guy that's going to do the work, so.
With what we're doing now, it's already quite a bit, but if you guys think it's gonna be worth saving the 5,000-6,000, we could ask Mike B. Hill and figure something out.
I think that the Hill Group has done a really good job for us as far as management of our finances and as far as the financial side of things, we've been pretty strong in audits and, you know, it's,
Yeah.
I don't think we've gotten a finding.
Even your cash carryover, those types of things have been, yeah, our findings have been things beyond your
The financial side,
financials, yeah.
and HR stuff.
So this would be to continue with the services as is.
As-
Yes.
It's just a 1 year term,
Yes.
they don't wanna do more than that, or?
I know they had kind of set it up this way so that way they would come to the board every year.
I think, in fact, the last time it was set up that way in case this coming year, we wanted to make those changes to take more duties on the district business side.
Where before, I think we had 2 years, or every 2 years.
Yeah,
And like now with ACES, since they're under them, they could offer basically whatever you guys need at this point. So if you wanted a 2-year renewal, or they would just rewrite it for us. But yeah, Mike B. Hill wanted it year to year, so that way you guys would, if you needed any changes or wanted to make changes, and they would still make changes even if we did a 2-year, but he just wanted to present each year for you guys in case you wanted changes.
Mr. President,
that's
you move.
approved. First, second.
Second.
Hill. First, second, any further discussion? Secretary, please call roll.
President Rayo,
Yes.
Secretary Vihil, yes. Member Susano?
Yes.
Member Ronan?
No. Motion carries. Next item, discuss some possible action regarding Kit Carson propane in the amount of $600 intended to support charitable programs.
There's another one of those monthly donations that they make to us.
Make a motion to approve.
Second. First and second, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next item is discuss and review 2026-27 preliminary school budget.
It's right here.
Do you have
I do, let me see if I can make a copy real quick.
Can we all go through the changes? What we talked about?
Yes, it is. Yeah. Go prepare. Hey, tell me the.
Lost 20.
Number 6.
Oh, that's good.
I probably dropped you.
You're feeling pretty good there.
I didn't know that maybe my life.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Mom.
Winter again.
Kind of rain. I didn't look forward to see that. There's a one meeting here. I'm not sure if it's Chalmers or
Oh, yeah.
The only difference between the two is one will show you without the carryover amount, so that way you'll see the total on that third page without any carryover, and then the one right behind it just has the carryover. So it's the same exact budget, but one's without the carryover, so you can see the total without our carryover.
you want to explain Domingo the 80-20 for the insurance, how it's affecting?
Yeah, so the 80-20, the school now pays 80% of all insurances for everybody, no matter what tier level they are. it was mandated, they didn't add any funding, so that hit our budget about 276,000. And so that was kind of the biggest thing we weren't planning for. They did ask us to put in to show an increase for coaches. And so on that compensation athletics on that first page, it went up to projected 98,500. And that would be to increase the payout for each sport from 4,500 to 6,000. And then incentives was an increase as well for just if they was it state for state 500 extra.
I thought it was tiered like district champ.
It was, if you're a district champ, it was a $500. If you qualified, if you made it to state, it was an additional, I believe, 500, and then if you won state, that's where it went to the 1,000.
So is the base 6,000?
The base is
Yeah.
6,000.
And everything else is additional?
The incentives, yeah, are the add-ons. And we had those this year as well. We just bumped the state ones up to 1,000.
What was our actual this year on substitutes?
I think we had to add, so we're probably around 55,000.
Right now?
The biggest thing with that is we've had a sub covering one of our EA positions, so it kind of, we lost an EA, I think December, so we've had a sub in that position.
And what was our actuals on EAs?
There's not a whole lot in our budget because most of them come out of our Title I. So I think on our budget it's 3.25 is what we carry in our budget.
This budget also, the FTE positions is not getting rid of any, but like with one position that's a retire is like at 90,000. We left it in there rather than put it to the carryover, so if we need to, we have some flexibility of hiring another teacher to come in. Have some flexibility and
Yeah,
stuff.
leave you some flexibility and either teach your EA depending on where you're at. Like President Royale said, the FTE also doesn't change we were short down one EA. So that EA may have been coming out of Title I, and so that's why you saw it come out of the budget instead of out of the Title I. But if you really look at it, comparison, what we would have paid or what we would receive out of Title I would have equaled probably what that amount that we paid for that long-term sub that did cover that EA from December on. And so we left it for that reason because you never know now that the state have limitations on their number of students per class. Right now, some are projected low, but you never know. You might have 2 or 3 kids move into the district and bump you from 21 to 24, which will put you over, which means you would need to hire another teacher to cover that class.
So I'm sorry, Mr. President. On like kinder, it's like 54, and then for the projected it was to 110. Is that like to hire another teacher?
That's because we had hired another teacher. So you had a second kindergarten teacher this year, which last year you did not have a second kindergarten teacher. The year before. So this year was the first year that we did. So when the budget was built, it was budgeted in the same way as if you have to have that second kindergarten teacher. As of right now, you only have 12 kids coming out of pre-K with one, I believe, retention student, which will give you 13. So right now you could go back to the one teacher But if you looked at like Miss Atkins' report, she did state that fourth grade has 27, which is over the caseload. So you would have to take one of those teachers and move them to teach that fourth grade to meet that minimum requirement of 24, I believe is what they're at once they get to fourth and fifth grade. So it leaves that flexibility, like that can be moved around in that line item because that FTE still exists.
And teachers 1 through 12 at risk, what does that mean?
So it's a new line item that the way they create it, so at risk means that any of our, because we are a school district that is below the state average in graduation rates, we want to, and so you get that, yeah, we're at 76%, which 85 and higher is considered state average, and so, because of that.
And that's gauged by freshman year or by what?
Yes, it's gauged by your freshman year. So they fall into cohorts. And so we are below that, and so because of that, we get some additional SEG money for at-risk, and so that kind of goes into that portion, and so those are considered at-risk teachers that are supposed to help prevent that dropout rate or losing students before graduation.
So we went down almost 40,000 in that category.
Because it was probably moved somewhere else, so we didn't lose it, it's probably moved. Do you know where that one would have been moved? Because I know they created new line items for this year.
They added this ELL. I know for sure that's brand new that we have to add in. And so we have to put something in there. So that was a quarter FTE. It's not tied to a teacher, but they're now.
So when you go down, you see that
show.
salaries and expense ELL, and so there's 20,000 that is a new. And then it looks like the other piece in it was also added in to.
Well, so the kinder went up, and the 1 through 12 went down, and then the other 25 went to the ELL.
Yeah. That kind of answers that. Okay, there you go.
What did we remove? We had another line, 35,000 for athletics. That's removed. What was that?
It's right after the ELL.
That was that the AD.
And for the general supplies and materials, athletics, it went down.
So that was for the athletic director. Was it 0.5? Is that what it cost us?
It was 0.5 because we only brought him on half time. I know there's some other.
So your general supplies and materials for athletics, we normally budget about 45,000, so we exceeded that this past year because that's the line on the left is your actual what we spent.
And what were we spending on other professional technical services? We went from 16 to 10.
Which one is that one?
Other professional technical services, it's about midway down.
Oh, on the same page though.
Yeah.
Under the payroll tax.
It's if you look on the right, it's a negative 38%.
That one I'd have to look.
Is it typically budgeted at 10? Or we're just?
It's typically budgeted at 10, so like those ones like that means that there was a bar increase somewhere. For but once you can kind of see what that is,
On the second page, there's custodial, it went from 189 to 172.
that was because we lost a position, we covered a partial position. What line item, or where is that at? About
It's
on
like
here.
a quarter of the way up.
Bottom of that second page.
So we were budgeted at, if you look at it, we were at 5.75 the year prior.
Yeah.
And now it's budgeted, I mean, it's at an FTE of a 5.0, and so that's where you see that reduction in that piece.
Well, we asked them if the way they have it working now with staff, like if we should we add, do we need another
Right.
Like
Like
the admin,
custodial.
yeah, and they said it seems to be working out okay because one of them was a floater truck.
Mhm.
Yeah, so they go between the two facilities.
Is there plans for the art teacher to do that next year?
The what?
The art
Yeah.
teacher,
Yes,
we've done that
Yeah.
before.
yeah, we've looked at that with art and music.
Okay.
No further question, Karen?
Do you explain, John, because on the one, on the carryover balance, we're looking at a negative, well, like 456, but let me explain how.
Yeah, so you do have your restricted, which is what the board has chosen was to always keep a certain amount of money to keep the district afloat for at least 3 months. So if you go down and you see that. So if you go down to the one and you see that function 11,000. No, not that one, sorry. The restricted expenditure, which is on the very last page, which is about the third from the bottom, you have $425,000, so your $425,000 will always be brought over. And so that's your restricted carryover, that would keep the district afloat for 3 months if something was to happen. The other piece in that is you have a carryover of 1,098,500. And so if you take that and you subtract where this one is showing that negative 477, leaves you with about 100 and almost 200,000, about 197 something. So what that does is you take that and you add that back up to your 425, and it leaves you close to 700,000. So when Domingo brought up the whole thing about the unfunded mandate of the 80-20 rule, that's about your additional 200,000 that you had lost, which would have brought you to close to 1 million something, another little over $1 million, which is about what we have been carrying over in the past. And so that's kind of why you're seeing that. It's not because everything has been over budgeted or we have just wasted money on things. It's because once you calculate that into that portion, that's what kind of takes you back into that million. And that's a piece that we don't have a choice on. It's a piece that has to happen, that 80-20. And so without that being funded, it went into the budget. So you're still gonna carry over close to 700,000, which is a healthy carryover. It's a healthy carryover without removing those FTEs of teachers or any of that. So no direct impact to classrooms or anything in that.
Because like the FTEs that were not, if we left them in the budget to have some wiggle room, but even if we didn't hire, that would have added another
Yeah, it's gonna add.
almost.
So you don't lose it, it will just add and it'll go back into
Back
your,
into
into your carryover, yes.
Because when I originally looked at it, I said, that's a lot.
Mhm.
But getting the explanation as to the why, and then we're looking at close to 200,000 that will come up to
Mhm.
bring us, you know, up
Right.
to the 7.
Yeah, a couple of areas like the question that member Cisneros brought up, if that position's not fully filled and it's a rotation between high school and middle school, that's $100 and some thousand additional there. On top of that, some of these other positions that we have a number of FTEs added into there, if are not needed, they stay for that reason. Like if you need an additional, I believe we have two EA positions that are left in there for that purpose. It gives you that ability to kind of, and if we don't need it, then there's about another 70,000. So there's close to your 200,000, which will bring you back close to your million that you feel comfortable with carrying over.
Somebody want to explain to them that the direction of the budget will carry us, we're gonna be okay probably the next 3 years, is that right?
Yeah, and I mean, once we settle in with this insurance, like it's gonna hit us hard this year. But then once you're able to budget and even as is, like we didn't take nothing out, we actually did increases mostly like to athletics. But with this carryover, yeah, 2-3 years we shouldn't really have to make any changes. And maybe that 4th year is then when we have then had to look at maybe that 425,000. But at this point, if we don't fill those extra FTEs, which there's no plans right now, but if we do, then we're going to be back at our million carryover. And if you're staying at a million carryover each year, I mean, you could sustain that indefinitely, basically.
So page 1, we have a .85 for the counselor. What side is that counselor? Or where is that?
Right now, that counselor is at the elementary school.
And down there, that .5 secretary is also down there?
And the bottom one, that 1%.
So that secretary probably is partially sped, and so they probably either they're paid out of IDA or they're also paid out of an additional area, and there should be another .5 secretary as well.
Somewhere else?
Mm-hmm.
So on the other one, other side, it shows a 2.5
So that's
secretary, so that secretary
gonna-
shared somewhere?
That's a shared.
Where are those other 2 at?
Well, we just have the 3 secretaries, 3 FTs.
Okay. What sites are they at? The 2 at the high school,
It's-
that's Alpharetta?
So the half secretary for SPED, the 0.5, that's elementary. So that secretary is 0.5 SPED, 0.5, that's 2.5.
Yeah.
And then the one at the high school, and then the one here.
That's Alpharetta.
Yeah.
Yeah, is Julie under the executive or no?
No, I think it's the Maria is the
No, I
one
know,
here.
but
But mine was also
She's
under
up
someone
here.
else.
Oh yeah, yours is in
she's
part
under
of that
executive.
3.0.
And what do we go, we went down a little bit on superintendent cost, just a hair.
You went down or?
Yeah, we went down. Well, we went
It
up,
should have went
we
up.
went up
It should have
1%.
went up to 1%, cause that would have been based on.
Because the state mandated also
One.
another one
Yeah,
percent.
but are we capping it there? Cause we might have to change some things if we have to exceed that. And it's, oh yeah, cause I mean, what we wanna see this, I'm trying to figure out, when are we going to, when's our plan of putting this in front of us for approval?
Special meeting,
26, right?
yeah,
That's what we requested,
yes,
We requested that?
I did,
President Mann.
because we'll go over
We have to
the
submit
applicants and,
June 1st.
yeah, we have to have it by then, so. The 26th will be, we'll go,
Next Tuesday.
yeah.
I don't think I'm gonna be here either.
Okay,
Well, they're thinking 25, but then that was, you guys are up in red, so that didn't work.
Morning of.
oh yeah, the,
Wednesday.
yeah, I'm open to what works.
How long are you?
What will that even, is it during the day or?
Do whatever you
Oh,
want.
Well, I have a council meeting.
oh,
I need to come to.
You're not for the team.
I need a Wednesday.
You gotta be there. Yeah.
About that one.
27.
I think the only one reason Mike couldn't be here on the Wednesday, but he's part of the group, so.
I mean,
I think he had to review the Socorro or something like that.
Oh, that's right, you're leaving.
Yeah, I guess pretty good on my way. Days are open.
I don't think we can,
Yeah, it's a,
because they gotta get
it's a holiday,
compensated still.
yeah. I'm good the 20, I mean,
the 27th or
27th.
28th.
yeah, if you guys are good with that, we can, that works for me, I believe.
Or
Well,
like
let's see this.
Tuesday during the day.
We'll figure this out on future planning. We'll
Okay.
go back to the dates of this when we go to future business.
Okay, that works for me.
What? What do we run up on the 2.8 for principals?
So that was,
So you went to a 3.0 or
Yeah, but what was the purpose
2.8?
of the 2.8? Last year when we just had two, right?
Three.
The three principals?
0.8 of assistant.
We have an assistant principal,
Who was the assistant principal?
the
Okay, it's right here.
other gentleman at the high school.
So then I'm assuming that was a 2.5 then, right? The individual was a different role? Or was it already, it wasn't, about 5%? So this year, so next year, it's gonna be a different group?
Yes.
That's it's gonna be between both sites now. So we're trying to cover the assistant for both elementary and high school.
Oh, okay.
I thought that's what was supposed to happen last.
It was supposed to be a 4 through 12, but I don't know where the point 8 came from.
In that line, what is the
Well,
additional?
because they're
company?
not,
Okay, what?
that 2.8 is because they don't receive a full principal's salary amount. So the 0.8 was his salary level.
But then we have additional compensation in two lines, one for 75 and one for 5. What are those for?
Anything that's additional compensation are the stipends. And so we'd have to look at,
It's gonna be your sped director and your.
The 5's probably sped, right?
75 is your sped, and the 5 is your curriculum and instruction director. Or it could also be your bilingual director. Or
That should
coordinator.
go under bilingual, wouldn't it?
It's viewed as a.
It's a 2.4,
It's viewed as a
the stipend position.
Because all you have is your salaries is for your bilingual.
Okay. Because then. Down in finance, other professional and technical services, we went from a 199 to a 205. What, who's in that category?
support services, so we'd have to get a breakdown, but that's
Does that include-
ancillary OTPT.
This
No.
one here.
This would have to, I'm assuming, include the Hill Group, and I'm trying to figure out who else. And it's under the finance line.
If you go to the second page and you go to the function 2400, and then you go down from there, you see that 199 and then the 205.
It's the 3% mark.
It's a 3%. That's other professional technical services.
And then also under previous, up under the superintendent, we have another one that's from 82 to 85. And then.
Let's see, the Hill Group would be in there.
Well, I would think that it'd be them and maybe the elite.
So 2300. I want to say that's also going to include the board stuff as well. Any traveling, any.
Well, we have a line for board travel.
No, but I mean, everything in that section is a 2300. So like technical service, professional, some of this is probably even going to be our NIMSIA, because there's only a few codes you could actually use when you're, like when you guys go to training and we have to pay out to the,
That goes under professional development. when we go to training.
Well, that's what I'm saying, like, so PD, we could only code like per diem and like hotel rooms. And then when we have to pay out for like,
To pay
like the
conference.
law conference is like $375.
Okay.
And so I think we,
So that's probably what that one is, other professional technical services is, but
like, we try to increase
Yeah, 'cause
based upon what we're assuming they're gonna increase their prices to.
John has his at the 85. But then we also have professional development for another 8 there.
Under John's?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But for our stuff, we only have 1,200 and 325. It'd be a hard school to travel, though, if everybody makes their meetings and all that. Told them it wasn't very much.
To go to the,
Or if they go to volleyball,
but I just take the school cars.
no, I know, hotel rooms.
so like with that professional development piece, don't you go to like the one that's under salaries and expenses superintendent? Does that cover like when we do get rooms for the board, things like that, or do they have their own? Cause $1,200 doesn't sound like that's what we spent last year.
Now, what did it cost to go to Dallas?
Well, that's what I'm saying, like this 2,300 covers basically board and superintendent.
So is there?
Like the next code line over. So
Right.
it's 2,300 and then the next line over would then break it down even further.
And would you say that maintenance is enough where it's at? And custodial?
They got a huge bump about 3 years ago.
I know that, but I mean, adding, you know, if you can add.
The FTE, you mean?
That's the one we asked, for the custodians.
Cause it shows we got a 5.75,
Yeah.
and on the maintenance, we got 2.
That was that
Were you short one?
floater maintenance that we
Yeah,
lost
that's
this
the-
year.
The one, that's what I was talking about earlier, when that's floating between the two.
Right.
And we did ask them if maybe they need another position, like admin, so if they were working out good with having the floater, in case somebody calls in sick down here, the floater will come down here and cover it.
Cause is it really that bad down there? Dirty?
I don't think so.
It hadn't been, the last time I went through there, it looked pretty sharp, actually, they did a good job when we did the school.
Well,
Site
and
visits.
it's been like, you know, we've had a change in position or whatever, but I think the biggest thing is that sometimes our teachers' expectations are a little higher than what they're getting to, and I think it was there today, I guess,
Cause the other one position that we had discussed in budgetary was the cooks. If they needed maybe a raise or, I don't know if the cooks got raises, I mean, everybody got the 1%.
Well, and everybody went up because initially cook pay was below like $20,000, and now they're sitting at $25,000, so they've seen an increase in pay. If there's money we can find, definitely.
Yeah, cause we asked about that and, well, the coaches increase. And so kind of what we were thinking of is one of those FT positions, if we could use some of that money to give them a bump. That was kind of bit of the discussion there with the cooking.
Yeah.
To kind of help along with it.
So, and back to those guys, for buildings and grounds, you know, at $1,200, $1,250, what's paid out of, what is that? That their supplies that they need?
Yeah, and we suffice.
Is that enough?
Well, the main one is that on that next page over,
Uh-huh.
that
Oh, you're
$1,250 is probably just something super specific that we have to list. So their general supplies and materials up at 23,000.
21,000?
It went down to 23 from 20.
You kind of see over the last 4 years, it's been around 22 to 30, depending on bigger items. Like this year, we had to get a pump, which was 6,000 or 7,000.
I'm thinking electricity is going to move down a little bit.
I mean, we're hoping if the lights go off.
How loud is it?
Like at the end of the day, and
I think we're gonna see some savings in energy. With the new bills where when you walk into the room, it turns on, and when you leave, it shuts off, so it's not, as much demand and LED bulbs and.
Oh, that's
Sensitive.
10 years from now.
Oh, no, it's not. We'll get it sooner.
I don't think, maybe 5. If we're lucky.
3.5. 4, latest.
We're still working on the greenhouse. No more questions for me.
Is that something you guys want to entertain for the cooks or?
Well, when we go to approve,
Yeah.
I do think that we need to remove some of the funds for administrative stuff are a little high. I think we can better utilize those to not only jobs to help the facilities, but also, those are local jobs that are easier to obtain.
Yeah.
But when we come to approve, I'll give a recommendation and you guys can see what you think.
You good?
Yep.
Alright. Okay, next we'll go to unfinished business, item A, possible discussion and possible action regarding second reading policy J-4550, JJJ extracurricular activities.
You do have a copy in front of you with the recommendation for changes with lead, which is just your eligibility. One of the things that we would like to look at is eligibility be reviewed weekly, beginning Monday at 12 p.m. If the student athlete drops below 60% of any class athlete will be considered ineligible beginning that Monday and remain ineligible until the following Monday at 12 p.m. If the student athlete raises the grade above 59%, eligibility will be reinstated. And that was the only change that was thought of on that. Reason for this is what happens is a lot of time we have athletes that hit their 9 weeks and then from there they do absolutely nothing in class until it's time to hit that 9 weeks. Either we lose them or they are able to pick it up. So if we look at this on a weekly basis, this also puts teachers in the position where they need to be entering grades on a weekly basis so that we're not
So that's,
waiting until the end of the 9 weeks to try to figure out if that, so it holds a double accountability on the end. And it also holds somebody that would be reviewing these to be able to have that ability and say, well, can't leave this yet because this student, there's no grades that have been put in the past 3 weeks. So it gives that ability for your site administrator to come back and say, there's no grades, what's the deal with this, and kind of hold some accountability on all of it.
I thought we had policy.
We do, we're supposed to enter 2 grades per week.
so that's the concern I have with this, and we know, John, if like we can't enforce it now. I mean, this only references the student, so how are we gonna?
Well, we can look at policy for staff on what that would look like.
And it's already, they're supposed to, cause there's been a bunch of kids before.
We have, but the problem is that what we've done is, and I think if there's no accountability on all ends, is what happens is that day before the 9 weeks ends, we have all these kids that are being told they're ineligible because their grade goes from an A to an F in a matter of a day. I think that's the piece where you have somebody that can actually have eyes on this and make sure that this is being.
Because I think some of that is probably the student, but some of that is too, is that, well, then finally by now grades get entered.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Well, I know it's happened with mine. Well, it's up to the, like you said, it's up to the administrator to enforce. It's easy to enforce the policies of the student, but not so easy on.
Well, and we can write a clause in there that states something that if grade has not been updated, then we can bring it back for a third reading. I just think that you need to have. I know that this year I was on top of my kids where every week, at least once a week, I told them, see your phones. I said, don't show me no screenshot, scroll it, pull it. If they had a low grade, I'd tell them open that up, show me why you have a low grade, and say, well, this is what we're missing, we're missing. So I was able to see if there was teachers that hadn't put grades in. I did have a couple, and I told them, I said, you need to go talk with that teacher and figure out why there's no grade there. I'll reach out to the administrator and let him know that he needs to also ask why there's no grade put in there. And then they come back and they're, the grade's in, they're not looking, going up to whatever. So, it's that accountability. Not everybody does that. And what I told them, they said, for me, it doesn't affect me losing you, but I said it'll affect you playing a fall sport next year. So that's what I'm trying to avoid, is you losing that eligibility in the fall.
Do you think you would benefit if, since stipends are going up, if we make requirements on those coaches to their contract to do that?
That was gonna be my question, the
Definitely
coaches have the ability now to check these grades, so that there's no surprise, or hey,
Oh, no, some are good at it, and just some won't be. But
Yeah,
John said all the kids have it.
all the kids have it on their phone. I had some kids that didn't even practice on certain days because they were making.
I don't want it to be, well, that's so-and-so's responsibility to check grades, I'm just your coach.
I definitely think it's the responsibility of the student, the teacher, and the coaches. Do you think, do you foresee students saying or being like, well, I didn't do good this week, but that's okay, I'll just come back and it'll be fine? I just don't want kids to get into that
I
habit.
think there's some that are like probably almost some of your best, right? And those ones might procrastinate a little bit because they know, shoot, I could do that in a day.
Right.
The ones that end up struggling, well, then those ones are not real close to it.
And the big reason that I think that this came up is because, like I said, there were a lot of days that I had kids that didn't practice because I was letting them make up stuff and go and I would tell them, you need to go talk with that teacher now. Come back, I'll meet with that teacher later and kind of see. It isn't a little bit of a different position than some of our coaches are, but there was a couple of individuals that came to me and it was literally, mid-season, 9 weeks already happened and they started off and they had 4 Fs and it was like, well, what the heck's going on? So, that's kind of why this came into play, was to kind of look at that portion.
Yeah.
Was, because I don't want them to procrastinate either. That's the other piece of it. Some of these dual sport, even 3-sport athletes that are doing 2 or 3 sports in one season, which I don't know how exactly they do it. If they're out of class that many times in a week, it kind of prevents them from being able to to be where they should be and be able to make up. And so I think that a big part of that is just kind of that, because you're right. It's none of this is ever a one-way deal. It's not, oh, it's only on the student. No, it's on the student, it's on the teacher, it's on the coach. And I think as a coach, you should be always making sure, at the end of the day, I've said this to kids before, like, I'm not saying you're no good. I know that got taken out of miscontext with another individual where they were saying, oh, he's telling us we're no good. No, he's not telling you no good. He's saying you're no good to me because you're not eligible. So there's no purpose in you being out here right now. Like, it's not that you're no good, it's that you're not eligible, so you can't help the team at the end of the day. So
You should put in the method on here.
But in what?
In the fashion that it will be checked. Eligibility will be reviewed by the head coach beginning Monday at 12, blah, blah, blah. And then.
And they have I don't think they should wait until Thursday at 2:30 to turn in all this media stuff. Personally, for me, my kid listens more to the coaches than she does her teachers. So, because she wants to play. So I definitely think a coach would be a benefit to make sure that these kids are on top of their stuff.
I think this is fine and everything, it's just, but the kid's gonna get penalized if somebody doesn't put a grade in.
Well, I
Well,
think
that's
that's
what I'm
that's what we gotta make sure of.
But even if you write it in there that, that your coaches are gonna be the ones Mondays by whatever time, maybe not 12 because some of them aren't gonna see those kids until 4:30 or 6 or whatever. But at least if you have it in here and he can communicate with that teacher or whatever it is that I'm putting this kid on notice for this reason, if it comes to the effect that it's not fault of the student that the grades weren't entered, then we have the ability, or the administrator have the ability to go around this.
Yeah.
Whether it says it or not.
But I think you bring a valid point. I think that we also need to look at the policy for entering grades. That there needs to be something that.
And I just don't want the end of the week to hit and then somebody didn't enter grades or they took vacation, so grades never got entered or something. This kid gets affected by
Like I
2
said, man, I
weeks.
think that that's supposed to enter 2 grades a week, you know what I mean?
And who's
You
gonna
know.
enforce the policy too, to ensure hey, well, so and so failed to enter this grade, then.
Well, that's gonna have to be your administrator that's gonna have to
Like,
get
is
on the
there
field.
But
it's
it's already,
already there.
is there an
There.
appeal, process for this for the kids?
Oh, yeah, they can always come to the board.
I'm just saying, we're not gonna know that, cause we don't meet till whenever, but like I say, they're denying my kid, but it wasn't his fault for the, I said, if it's on the teacher's fault.
I think
Well, the
that
kid
you,
don't
I
get
think that you can always go to the site administrator, because we did the same thing with attendance, and I'll tell you, that made a world of a difference, just in that attendance piece. And I'll tell you that the coaches even bought into that piece. But, I will tell you the exact same thing, there has to be that follow through all sides. It can't be that piece of that. I feel that if they appealed it and they had a valid appeal and say, look, I'm looking at my kid's grade here, and the last grade, it's October 20th, and the last grade was put in on September 15th, and, definitely you need to look at that and you should be able to appeal it. But, I think another piece in this is where you are putting these coaches, it takes the blame away. There was a comment made this year that said, oh, administration failed these kids because they didn't notify them that they were ineligible. And it's like, these kids all have the same access that we all have. I will tell you that. I will tell you, but a lot of that piece came too, and looking deeper into it was a lot of those grades were entered the last week before 9 weeks was over. And so, the kid was at a C and went from a C to an F because of that piece. Now, like I said, the eligibility not the eligibility, the attendance really worked. It took a couple, and there were a couple that sat out, and they were not happy about the sit-outs. But at the end of the day, guess what? They were back in school the next day. They came in the day before. They came in the day of. We prevented that. And that was the big piece. Yes, I get it. A lot of our athletes get the big grunts of whatever, but, I think that academically falls into that play too. We want our kids to be at that academic level. And I agree. I think that if it's at the fault of the teacher or at the fault of whatever, then you're absolutely right. They should not be being penalized because of that fault.
But if there's follow through with the administration, then there really shouldn't.
There shouldn't be.
Like, anybody not entering grades,
We
we're hoping
already
to
have
avoid
that.
Because we have
Have that happen.
we have some teachers that are awesome at entering grades. Like I will tell you, there's teachers that sometimes I get into their thing and I look and I'm like, my God, that teacher entered 5 grades for that week, and at the end of the day, I'm fine with that. 2 is the minimum. You want to do 5, do 5. Do whatever you want to do. But but then we have a handful that are those, and those are sometimes the ones that we run into these things where, especially come to 9 weeks. So this was not to just penalize them. I think that you're right. I think we need to really look at that policy for staff where they're having to enter and make sure that there's something that follows in it. If it's a written warning, if it's a formal write up, then maybe tier 1 a written, or tier 2 is a formal, tier 3. If that's where we gotta lead to, that's where we gotta lead to. We talk rigor all the time. We talk high expectations all the time. Well, we gotta hold that for everybody.
How would you go about for the charter school kids on that?
So we have
Or
really
homeschool
we
kids?
have really taken a lot into the charter school and homeschool kids. Before I sign off on any of their eligibility, I've asked that all those documents be brought, showing what they're doing, showing their grades, their current grades, and showing that they are in attendance with the charter school. Homeschool is a little different. I figure they're home and they're doing something, but the charter schools, like when we have these kids paying for the charter school, I've asked for those documents and I don't release, and I tell coaches they're not released until that is provided.
And I'm thinking like how's that interaction gonna be for us to check their grades on that Monday?
Well, we're gonna have to,
Figure out a process for that.
we're gonna have to really look at a process of how, because it's kind of even like the dual credit classes. They won't share with us until their midterms and their end of their semester. Like I don't see grades in between there. So I'm just hoping that they're doing what they actually, now that if they're in a dual credit and they're in the dual credit lab, then we do that as well. We run through and we check a weekly check on where they're at and make sure that they're following. That's why we've had a pretty good percentage this year of completion in the dual credit classes, and not just kids, getting through. So the charter schools and the home schools are a little different. We'll have to kind of look at a procedure of how we can see those on a weekly basis. Majority of these schools run off of Power School, or they run off of Synergy, or one of those, so they should have the same access that our kids have.
Okay. Question.
I'll make a motion to table it bring it back for a 3rd reading, when we look at the other policy with teachers as well. So they're both in line with one another. Well, we didn't necessarily have tables.
Well, you made a motion. Hard. Can you rescind real quick?
Reset.
The only thing I got on it is that you do this one, you're gonna have to do all the supporting. Yeah, and the thing about approving this is anything we do for whatever it is for grades entry in, that's gonna take 2 readings also. And where we're at right now, it's not gonna hurt any of the students in school years while their sports are over, so there's time. And at least I guess if we do decide to approve, or we like how this is read, or even if you have changes, to do it now. Just keep in mind whenever we bring any of those things back to mirror what we've done to these policies. Because whatever we do in this policy is gonna have to be put into the athletic handbook, we'll have to improve for the next year.
Kind of like on the policy guideline, is there, away by resolution that when we change a policy that it would automatically update any other policy that it affects?
No.
Like
The,
software
the,
wise?
the only thing that I did think about this, pertaining to this, is I don't know if it had to be a full-blown policy, because we could have put a stipulation like that into that handbook. And if it becomes permanent, well, then you end up taking the policies that whatever you have in your added or stipulation in your handbook, and then you have to make it. But when you put stuff into the athletic handbook or the student handbook, it gives the administrators the ability to implement those things right away.
Yeah.
And
So-
then they could come back to the board and say, this is working or this isn't working.
So you could definitely take this piece and put it in the athletic handbook, because that's what we did with the attendance piece.
Yeah, well, you have to.
Yes.
Yeah, but like what I'm saying,
Yeah.
like in the future, when something like this comes up and the administrators think, well, I'm gonna start doing this because of this reason or that reason, they can implement it right away and put it in that handbook. And then update the policies that follow. But like this is, I mean, that's a good time to do policies and stuff because we're done with this school year. But I don't think it'll hurt anybody, if we approve this now. Because we have from now until next year to get this put into the handbook, and then when that
Well,
happens.
this one is extracurricular activities, so this, well, I mean, it all encompasses the same like clubs and all that stuff, you know, not just specific to sports.
Yeah, it's anything that would be NMA sanctioned after school,
Yeah.
any of that.
So I would just suggest that, I mean, even if this doesn't get approved or gets tabled or whatever, when it comes down the agenda for items suggested, then we want to look at what we have on those other policies for entering grades or whatever, then that will be the time to get it on the college agenda. I think we should still table Mr. Romero.
I think just because I don't know what the other policies is. But. Up to you guys, if you send it.
So currently, I mean, not regarding this one, but they're already supposed to be entering grades.
Yeah, there's the policy reads that they are to enter a minimum of 2 grades per week.
And there is no, that hasn't been enforced.
I would say no, it has not been enforced.
We went to back to this. That was the case.
So even looking at other policies, you know, that's policies, not the issue.
We could, it's like, we can approve all the policies, but if there's no enforcement to them, then it's within our part, but as far as policy goes, then it takes the site administrators to enforce them. I think it's a great thing to get probably every week, just, yeah, cause the current way we have it set as a no act policy and it's to 9 weeks, right?
But you know, in the day, you used to have to take the paper,
And get it signed.
get it signed,
Yeah.
and they checked it when you got on the bus.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
that
see
was,
why, I mean,
I mean, there's,
Monday you had
there's
to get
ways to
copies
go
of budget
about
for
it,
the
and
teachers.
it's really not reinventing the wheel, but currently, without this, there's F is you're done. That's just till the 9 weeks and then. But I think this helps kiddos that really wanna play the sport to catch their grades up to where they can at least practice and be part of the team and contribute, because I know one
It's the practice.
well, one football player was like, well, I can't play because I have an F, so why even bother trying to do anything better? But this gives those kind of guys,
What the hope
Some
was,
incentive.
what the hope is, and not looking at it in the negative end, but what the hope was is to help catch these kids before it gets too late. You know, you have a kid that has a 22% and there's 2 weeks left. It's a little difficult, and you
Yeah.
kind of, and I go back to that piece, like the comment that was made, well, administration, you're right, there is a portion, administration is just part of this as the student, the student, the coach, the teacher, the parent, everybody else. It gives you that ability to catch it. You know, if I saw a kid had a 20, and like I said, just speaking for myself, I did see that. I saw a kid that had a 48%, and I said, what the heck is going on here? And I said, you have 5 weeks. You're gonna come, we're gonna work on this, and we're gonna bring this up. It only took 2 weeks to get that from a 48 to a 77 or something to that extent. It wasn't this big, long process. You know, and so I think that's the piece in it is the point of this isn't just to penalize a kid, but to
Just to stay on top of it.
just stay on top and catch it.
And it teaches them responsibility to keep communication with their teachers and make sure.
Honestly, I think it'll even help those grades get entered because the first sport that happens, if they know all the coaches are gonna be bugging in for these kids, it'll get them in the routine of this is just what happens.
We'll give them all those teachers' personal cell phone numbers and tell them, here, call them, ask them why.
Yeah.
I mean, I email like my child's teacher if they haven't posted in a while, cause I'm like,
I heard about that.
hello,
But,
hello, is anybody there?
but this, we can build this anyway into the contract for the coaching since now. And the handbook, right? We can.
Well, it would need to go into the handbook.
You know, I'm just saying, even if it takes us a little while to get everything aligned,
It's,
policy wise,
yeah, it's gonna
this
be,
can be implemented already.
it's gonna be like,
Yeah.
it's gonna be like your drug policy, your drug test policy. It may take a couple of times and find that you gotta come back. But I agree with you, Mr. Romero, is what I don't wanna see is it keeps coming back and we keep making changes after changes and say, you know, oh, okay, well, if it's below 55% now or whatever, we'll allow you as long as it,
I think it needs to still stay in the way.
yeah,
I mean, you need to have some kind of
and
accountability for doing
that's
your,
where it is. And if you eventually wanna get to the point where it's no D, I think if you're
but
traveling
at the
or
same
whatever,
is the kids that have kept their grades up this high. Well, just because I ain't gonna be here this week, I'm missing this game anyway, so I'm gonna do anything anyway. I'll just give my eligibility back next week. And that's where it kind of hits.
wow.
You know, that,
I mean, football's every Friday or Saturday, but basketball's a little bit different. Volleyball's a little bit different.
Well, I know that we've been talking district-wise and really looking at Thursday, Friday, Saturday games and trying to stick to that type of schedule because, you know, we looked at, and not just this district, but these other districts in the district looked at it and they're like, these kids are missing an average of 25 times a semester.
I
for one
just feel
sport.
like it's the 9 weeks, but you have to work to get it there in order to play it.
Yeah.
But if you get it every other weekend, well, if I don't do it this week, I won't do it.
Yeah.
They show up to school and want to already. It's just like,
So you are with something like this or
yeah,
you're,
this will stop that.
or you're,
this will stop what? You gain eligibility every week.
But
So
you
you don't want to
still-
play.
but
You know you're leaving Saturday or you're
but you-
leaving Thursday
But
to.
it's gonna be checked every week.
but you still can, you
Yeah,
still
but you
lose
could
your
be eligible
eligibility
this
at
week,
the
the
9
next
weeks.
week you can
Yeah,
become
but
eligible.
the
Yeah.
9-week policy is not.
Yeah, that's not gonna change. That's not gonna change. If you're ineligible during the 9 weeks, you're ineligible during the 9 weeks. That's not gonna give you your eligibility back. You're still gonna change. This is for these kids that are eligible during the 9 weeks and
But their
like
grades are
that,
going like
that
this.
grades are doing this because that's what
Oh,
happens.
okay. I thought you
No,
changed it
no,
to
no.
9 week.
No,
Okay.
you're still keeping your 9 week policy. So if the kid ends up being ineligible at the 9 weeks, the kid's ineligible at the 9 weeks. This is put in place because what happens is like you exactly said.
As the
What-
sport's going.
What happens is that
Okay, I got
they hit their eligibility for the 9 weeks, and then here comes week 1 and 2, and this grade is just down here, and then by 4 and 5 is when they start to literally bringing it
I
back
thought you
up.
tried to change it.
Yeah. No.
Okay.
No, this isn't gonna give. This is just an additional piece on looking at it weekly.
So. No action.
I'll make a motion to approve. The only addition I would like to have in there is that the eligibility will be reviewed weekly by the head coach of the sport. And I would like to move that to Tuesday at 12 p.m. And then I also would like to change that to Tuesday of the following week at 12 p.m. Only reason for that is some of those coaches, some of that.
Tuesday at 12?
Tuesday at 12. Only reason is because some of them will not see those students on Monday until after school. After school.
Yes. And it will follow till the next Tuesday at 12.
Second discussion. Okay, so if you land on the nephew, you're still eligible that movement, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Is you're asking like if they, if
So
they're
you
ineligible?
passed, no, you're eligible your 9 weeks, but now you land up with an F during the week,
Then you're not.
then you can't play that. Okay,
You're ineligible till that following Tuesday
okay.
at 12 p.m. unless you don't bring it up, then you remain ineligible till the next Tuesday at 12 p.m.
Then second thing, or say the head coach, whatever, is he allowed to ask for like actual paper copy ones
I was gonna say.
instead of just on the form?
Mhm.
Sign the like the teacher, it's printed out from the class and the teacher signs this is what the grade is.
We can implement a form in the athletic handbook.
Something
Well,
like that,
what
just
I'm
because.
gonna tell you is that the new SIS system, which is Synergy, is awesome. It does all that stuff.
Okay.
It you won't even need the signed form. It will be able to be sent. Yeah.
Okay. First conditions and a second, Mr. Romero. Policy, Madam Secretary, roll call.
President Ram,
Yes.
Secretary Vito, yes. Member Sisnetos,
Yes.
Member
Yes. Motion carries. Next item, discuss and possible action regarding, second reading policy J-4350 JJIB interest elastic sports.
There's no change to this. This just basically gives you the definition of what the sports are, and so reading it, there was nothing that needed to be changed.
Second.
First and second, any discussion? Madam Secretary, please call.
President Ram,
Yes.
Secretary Vito,
Didn't answer that.
Cut yourself off guard.
Member Sisnetos,
Yes.
Member Romero,
Yes. Next item is discuss and possible action regarding second reading policy K-1000 KDB, public rights to know freedom of information.
This is one of those policies from the policy services, just to update your policy. It was brought to you last time, and this is the updated version.
Just the April.
Yes. And it just falls in line with the state guidelines.
Who's the custodian of records now?
Mr. Carter.
So when the NMSBA puts these out, have they been reviewed by legal on their side?
Yes.
All the
These are-
advisory, the part of the advisory.
Okay. Because they gotta move the screen or whatever.
So. I know it has a line for the superintendent. The office of the superintendent will be open to, and it's no longer the office of the superintendent, but now it goes custodial of records will oversee. requests, right?
Mm-hmm.
What happens in the event if we no longer have an individual that holds the custodian?
You have to have one.
Well, what if, so how would that work if we were to lose an employee? You'd have to assign it
Yep. And they would have to go through training and become that person.
from one day to the next.
Mm-hmm.
But if we get nobody that wants to, is there a stipend for that, or how is that?
Currently, I don't believe there is.
Because if I would say no. If somebody had, you want to do that? I'd say no way.
Yeah.
It'd be you next.
Usually.
Yeah, but you have to have somebody on staff that is here,
You do have to have training.
and there's a training that goes with
Or could we just put that on there, the superintendent and or?
Well,
it. So even if
the
it comes,
reason they took out, like, it's even, I know, like, even for me, even though I hold the ability to get the records, it still has to go to,
yes,
the custodian of record. It can't come to, like, your administrator, it can't come to,
Yeah, but it could be.
it's like your clerk, basically.
Right, but here it could be the same person, the superintendent, I mean, you still have the ability, if nobody in the office is gonna do that, superintendent can still be the custodial record.
well, he definitely could, or she definitely
Yeah.
could, anybody
You
could,
could
it's just whoever goes through that training, cause like right now, the way it works is, you know, even if I receive it, it gets sent to Mr. Hodis, and he then
That's how it
handles.
works for
So
me.
at the end of the day, like if they send me a request, that doesn't hit day zero until it is received by Mr. Hodis. So if I get it over the weekend, and I've had people come and say this, like, well, I sent it to you on Friday, and I said, well,
The clock don't
the
start.
clock doesn't start until Mr. Codis gets it. And then once he receives it, that's considered day zero, and he has from that point.
It kind of gives you that buffer between.
Yeah.
And then too, like, they can send them by email now, and if it landed in your junk mail, you may never even see it. So then they come and say, well, hey, I sent it to you on this day, so okay, well, let me look, maybe it went to the junk, you find it there, and it's a valid explanation as to why the clock didn't start.
So they got rid of the fees?
Well, we still have the fees, but
No, they're in the clock.
they're on the bottom with custodian of records.
Okay.
And I can tell you just from the legislature side of things, they're looking at revamping the IPRA legislation. It's really tying up. Here, some entities can have one person just designated
To
to
a place.
this, cause
Yeah.
it's cumbersome.
Make a motion to approve.
Second,
I'm sorry, who was that? Custodian Ram?
cause it's pretty low. First and second, any further discussion? Hearing none, Madam Secretary for public works.
President Ram,
Yes.
Secretary Behill, and Member Sisram,
Yes.
Member Arnott.
Yes. Next item, discussing possible action regarding second reading policy G-1350 GBGC, employee assistance.
So same thing, this is another one of those updated policies, basically with your employee assistance.
Is this pretty much just cover the school nurse?
No, this is to cover anybody, so if you have an employee that you feel that is unable to do the function of their job, you can request that they seek medical attention in the sense of, you know, if it's a physical, anything like that. It also with an employee that may be missing quite frequently, you can request, you know, additional information on why are you, and if they come back and say, well, it's because I'm going to the doctor every other day because I have this going on or that going on, you actually have that ability to request that and be able to make sure that employee. So it protects the district in the sense that if you have to let an employee go, they can't come back at you and say, well, you dismissed me and I have a pre-existing medical condition. Because at the end of the day, they have to be able to do their general function and they have to be in back to attendance and that type of stuff. So if you read like even on the bottom of that underlined line and it says, you know, shall be used solely to evaluate the employee's ability to perform the essential job function and or to assess workplace safety. So that's the big thing is to help support the district.
Yeah, I was looking at the, advertise some be exposures stuff.
Yeah.
Even with, if the employee seeks voluntary support for drug and alcohol stuff. What reference do you get if we just are under suspicion? Can you consider that the same as if it was a mental health illness or what?
Yeah, it would be the same type of thing.
Send them for a medical examination or
Good. I don't see it here, but I know other policies have a thing like for drug and alcohol, you have to seek assistance before you get.
yeah, it says up there.
Does it?
It says any employee who voluntarily seeks support and assistance from the district for drug and alcohol problem before it becomes an employment issue will be granted unpaid. Sick leave account. But what I'm saying is that even if they didn't, and you just have a suspicion, you can send them to this under the mental or behavioral health. Mr. President, I'll move to approve.
Second. First and second in discussion. Hearing none, Madam Secretary.
President Graham,
Yes.
Secretary Cahill, yes. Member Cisneros,
Yes.
Member Romero.
Yes. Next item, finance reports. Did baseball charge at the gate or something?
Yeah, for honestly 2 of the games.
And the track deposit, was that concession and
They charge.
they charged as well?
Yeah, they charge.
Any questions for item A? Item B, water adjustments. Three. Want to approve as a whole or each? I think just to balance the books in the year.
Yeah, final awards and adjustments from the state.
Well, second. All parts, yeah. All parts. First and second, any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried. Next item C, pre-approval list, requisition over 5,000.
Your first one is the Harris Group, which is, your after, right?
Yeah.
Your after piece, which is your, all your, payroll stuff. And your leave.
They're the ones that.
So this is the one where they enter leave through.
It's the software.
And it's the
It's
software.
Yeah, not the ones that cut the checks.
No.
Did it go up or stay the same?
I think it's still exactly the same.
I'll move to approve this expenditure.
Second.
First and second, any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Aye. Ayes have it. Next one's the forward.
So this is finish up that capital outlay. We did order the Qisd portion, and so this is the vehicle. You have a couple of used ones in front of you, as well as what it costs for the new one. We have what's the cost, about 60.
So we have $60,290 left. we put in some used ones because we found one we really liked, and then that first one you'll see on the list, the blue one, it sold over the weekend, so it's no longer available.
The gas one?
Yeah. Um, so the reason why we bought multiple quotes is if you go used, you can't use the state price agreement. And so that's why we had to bring multiple quotes for that if we go used. If we go with the new version, it's under the state price agreement, so.
Even the Colorado one?
No, that's the used one. So the
Oh, this
first,
is used too.
all of them except the very last one are used. And so if we go with the used one, we have to bring multiple quotes in. And then the one at the last one at the very back is the new version. That one's under a state price agreement.
And that would be with the flatbed. If you wanted to do the toolboxes on it, it's not here because we got it literally about an hour before the meeting. It would bring you up to about 63,000, correct? Unless you
Are
have.
they asking for a flatbed or?
Yeah, they're asking for a flatbed.
What do they need to do before?
Right, to pull the Bobcat?
You don't need to do for that.
I mean, to do it from there to here. Just a 3/4 ton.
You will.
Well, you can get a
June 30th.
30.
full 1 ton.
Yeah.
Single
will
wheel.
too, yeah.
I just don't know what's available, because I know, looking at, on state contract with Chalmers, they were really cheaper than Power Ford. But I don't, you said you've seen some out there. They're there, I don't know if they're sold or if they're. Yeah, that's something else. Check.
As far as
We have how much in the?
60,290.
What's the capital outlay for? Like what is the term? What's this for?
It was the equipment, the like machinery equipment, which is the Bobcat that we bought.
Bobcat
And then it was for one vehicle that would be used for the maintenance.
And that expires in June, so you have to spend money.
Well, this was the one from the senator, so it won't carry over, it won't get renewed.
Yeah.
So you want to extend it all.
Now we could always, as far as used ones, I mean, I looked at every single dealership that I could find, and
We
I
had a hard,
found 3 or 4 with the bed on it.
yeah, we had a hard time finding a flatbed was
Well, we don't really come out of really one.
Yeah.
Because you can go over to Ironman and put a flatbed on it. It's just, what they call chassis. Without it. Yeah.
Do they need a flatbed?
that's what we had asked prior.
Like, do they, the machine's gonna have forks like to move stuff.
Yeah.
But what do they transport it for?
It's nice if you left the bucket somewhere, you could let the tractor, you left the skid steer, and just throw it in there, throw some machine in bed. I can see that part.
We gotta unload it somewhere else.
Well, like you left the skid steer there in the bucket down here, and you have the brush hog up there, but the tractor's here, so you can load the bucket. I think it just makes it easier. I don't know if you need a dually.
So the legal,
This, window sticker they gave you here, this is the new one, right? And it's showing an MSRP of 59,480,
Yeah.
and the state price agreement is 561,60.
So right, that's the 59,480.
Right.
And then So that's what the state agreement price.
The state agreement price is 61,561. Did they charge you the 3.4 for tax title and registration, or?
Well, you see,
Usually could, people get a Jeep like they don't.
They don't charge you none of
They
that,
don't
right?
charge you none of that.
Well, so it should be closer to an SRP then.
but where you looking at that?
I'm looking at that, so the new one shows, they sent you the window sticker of that,
Oh,
and the MSRP on it is
yeah.
59,480. But then it shows our state price agreement is 61,561.60. But I didn't think that you'd have to pay the 3.4 new tax on it.
Well, I think that's why that 8% dealer discount.
Oh, I know, but I'm saying that it's more than the window sticker. Should be less, right?
The window sticker of the 5940.
Because I know when we do contracts for the police departments and stuff, we don't have to charge them anything, so they come in and plus you give them a discount, so they're cheaper than
Yeah.
MSRP usually.
And they give you a certificate of origin or something.
Yeah, you give them an MCO, and then with the MCO, the agency is allowed to get the government plate.
I mean, I could ask them again. This is what they sent.
Did they send you a breakdown of that 61,561.60? Did they show you what else is incurred on that?
Is that, Domingo, I know we had talked, is that the additional cost to put the bed on it?
Yeah, see,
Well, that's on there too, though.
yeah. So if you get the
platform.
59,480, you take the discount, that's all fine. You add that 7,200, that's the platform body with the tow package and the installation. It comes up to the 61,561.
Yeah, see, that's what I
How
thought.
do you show the bed at?
Is it the platform body? Is that
Yeah.
actually that's the bed? Yeah.
So
On
on
this paper,
Page right before the actual quote.
yeah, on the actual quote.
Oh, shoot, I didn't see that.
And then it gives another discount. It gives a 5% discount on the installation, the tow package, and the bed.
So that truck is a gas truck?
Yeah.
Do they have any diesel cost to that?
Gas, that's a big truck for gas.
There was one diesel Dodge, but it was like 78,000, so I didn't even print it.
We'll have another meeting before, well, it's by June 30th, but
Yeah, but I'm sure he has to do his closing talks.
that's what I'm thinking.
I mean, if you're wanting to add it to that special meeting, we could always get more information or
I just don't know
more
if
options.
they need a dual lease. Or if a guy is gonna buy a dual lease, a 350, it's like,
Diesel.
so why would you buy a gas? You know what I mean?
I know they wanted a gas for the maintenance truck. But yeah, as far as the type, they were just including
Haul this machine around, dude.
something
I
similar
don't
to
think
the
we have a
blue
trailer.
That's what I was gonna say, I got the
Huh?
trailers thing. With a trailer load? Huh? Machine, did it come with a trailer?
It has attachments.
Yeah.
I don't even remember, is it track or is it tire? I guess I can drive it back and forth.
There's a lot of very different things there, like a Ford one.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of thinking like the blocks, I mean, I haven't priced one lately from the Iron Man, but I don't know.
Well, this one that they're putting here, is it like a utility box or is it like a flatbed box?
No,
Just
flatbed.
toolboxes?
Flatbed, you get like $5,000.
Flatbed with boxes underneath is kind of the way it's described there. It's like one of those utility bills, that's a little different. Total boxes under body and salt.
So he basically priced it to look to match this blue one that we had wanted. So he said if you went used, you can't use a state price agreement. And so then he built this one based upon what we were looking at here. So the bed and box, that's what it would look like, this same as the blue one. But those are just options, like it's not a requirement.
I just don't know if they need anything like that. Maybe, I don't know. They look good, you don't gotta sell me on them.
You're a Ford guy,
Yeah, I would buy one, but not a gas one.
better you get Dewey.
Huh?
Better you get Dewey.
No, I'd get a 3/4 ton.
I think for the, you're not gonna take it that machine all the way, well, maybe once to Castile, but I mean, we're not,
That's the county, that's the county's deal now.
that's what I'm saying, I mean, if we had to move it, it would just be from this side to that side. Let's get take it to maintenance or something.
Or, yeah,
You know, if you're gonna,
for maintenance.
yeah. I mean,
That's 3/4 ton, will take it anywhere you need to go. I got a 99 and I put a 40 load of hay and a 40-foot trailer on, took that thing home. 3/4 ton.
yeah, cause I mean, worst case scenario, you're saying you're gonna load a Bobcat with all the attachments on the trailer and, you know, if it's a bunker full. Yeah, that, I mean, it's different with the goodies, but
I don't know. It looks cool.
and this one's on the ground at Power Ford.
You mean there? Yeah. But like I said, they were just kind of building based upon
What you asked for.
the used one that we had seen, because we had only found 3 or 4. Maybe not, it was 3 in New Mexico and then that one in Pueblo. Because I don't know how long it takes. I guess it wouldn't take that long to install the platform.
I was kinda thinking outside the box, but I mean, you, what do you call that, burning? Could we,
I tell you what,
do they have state contract?
Power Ford getting close. I bought one last one from Power Ford. I'm trying to see what else they got.
I mean, we could approve the purchase up to the dollar amount, and if it comes out a little more, like $3,000 higher, then we pay it out of district operational or something. So just give me up to 64,000, or, you know, something along those lines.
Are they gonna put a snowplow on it?
Not in this. If we decided to do that, that had to come.
But we got a truck with a plow and a salter.
Couple of them, right?
Yeah, we have 2.
You destroy everything with a plow. Yeah, it's rough.
2 new salters, because Amazon sent us one and then didn't think they did, and then sent us another one, so then we got one for free.
Well, that's
They
pretty
didn't
good.
want it back.
Hopefully that happens with this truck.
Yeah. Get one, forget it, so get another.
They never said
I
that.
think just because of the timing,
And I could ask them, like, if there's something you guys want specifically. We're just kind of going off of what we could find, but
because
if you want a
Just-
different model.
I'm
or-
just saying, just the purchase of the truck,
And then the bed can be a little cheaper, you know, according to what you order.
Isn't it NASA? I mean, it's cheap. Well, I don't know, I'm just saying, if, we haven't really looked at that,
6,000.
just to get a quote from them for a month. Let me get a basic one, yeah.
Yeah.
Cause this is, you don't have the, where to put chains and all that, just have the regular without, you know, boxes and stuff. Kind of the price one. Have you, one?
Bed? Something like that's probably like 7, 8 grand with 2 boxes on the bottom, just to open, it's like 500.
I mean, I'd rather have them have the place with straps or whatever. I mean, if it's a single cab. Did you see anything on there?
They got a bunch, but I just don't know. I don't know, maybe they need something that big.
I know they only have a few as is without a bed.
Yeah, everything else has a box on it.
And so I don't know if they have these specifically for that and don't charge more if they have to remove a bed.
Oh, the bed, the bed. That's what you said, yeah, the bed. That's what it is. 6,500. So you mark almost 8,000 off the price if we just bought the truck and then 3,100 just for that.
We can get them one of those flatbed vans.
How chilly we already got it, man.
That's what a match look.
Yeah.
It's a 350, so gas. I don't know, what do you guys think?
Let's see if we can improve it up to, kills a little.
We can get them a Ford Maverick for 29 grand. You know, the trucks we have now will move that.
Okay. Yeah, but we, in order to spend, send it back, cap it out.
Oh,
I don't want to be doing that, because then if we ever ask again, we'll tell you, well, no, you didn't even spend the last one again.
get a couple of those Mavericks.
You can go where you can get it. Hey,
About 450.
I think 15. It's not a building, but
I'll see you well.
yeah,
Brand new.
yeah, it's 25 bucks a day.
Gas.
Yeah.
That's not bad. You get some Explorers, they all kinds of stuff.
Two. And I remember getting another salami for there. Get it with good. That one was a 350. This is a 250, but it's a $4. It comes with gas.
On the Power 42.
Yeah.
So we're gonna move the table.
They're still shopping.
Did they look at these trucks because they feel like this is something they wanted? Or they just kind of picked a random truck?
No, that's what the guys had asked for. Asked for something like that. What they wanted to do was be able to tack on like toolboxes. Now that we got that generator, be able to have that. They could put on the flatbed if need be.
Well, it's only the,
Well, they talked welders, but they haven't done welder yet. But like the generator and that piece, and those pieces of equipment.
$42,000.
But then what are they gonna do with the remainder of the money?
And I'm like, "Look,
But this is already.
yeah, but you get the others more boxes or however they want them. You can just get the different, the basic, the go. Could buy that in a little car.
I think the
So
way
that's not that it's just.
I think the way that capital
They get one
reads it only allows for one vehicle.
That's just my thought, but that's a lot. Yeah, even if you get.
Well,
a
we can look at it and maybe send it to me and I can send it to the window.
Oh, it's just gonna be a gas. I just get a 2,500 and you pull it, and then you can get. It'll be cheaper than the dually, and then you can get a better flatbed if that's what they want. You get a different.
So once
more boxes.
once we approve whatever we approve, it has to get sent to the state for their final approval. And so if they come back and say no, it needs to be one shot or something like that, then that's the piece in it too.
Put a snowplow on it. You get a. How much is that one? 2. You can get a single cab for I think 42. Yeah. Yeah. So. Usually, what you do is you leave the bed on there until you make a mistake. Yeah. Yeah. And then when you see the guy running around with the flat bed after that, you know, oh man, that guy made a mistake. Got too close. Yeah, we got too close. This is with the one single cabin that's there on the ground and. Yes, dude. Yes, dude. That's a terrible. They shouldn't even make that. No. It's against.
Do you think that we can reach out and see if they can build?
Oh yeah, they won't be able to afford to drive that. Yep. $20
I'm sure they can. How long will it take them is the
Other piece in it? And if not, I guess we could always.
You want to just keep outputting this diesel at least. That's
Because
that
this-
was the used one.
whatever we send to the state, it takes them about 1 to 2 weeks to get a final approval. And so we have to have it approved, purchased, and paid for before June 30th.
Did we already get an extension?
How come
was the used one?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a diesel
Already?
already.
We got it
Because it
reallocated.
had to,
Yeah, because remember we had the bus, those passengers, and we got it out reallocated. I'm still pissed off about that. They should. We're gonna change the law. And the LP one, that one's a used one, so we're gonna get 3 quotes for that, or how does that work?
yeah, all these are the used. You could approve any of these because there's 3 quotes.
Okay.
We did that because, yeah, we were expecting this first one and then it sold right away.
Okay. Blue one.
But you can't use the state agreement for the use, so that's why we had to bring multiple. I don't remember, how much is that one? 60.
I'm not the one there opening, but you're gonna get a dually, might as well get diesel. That's just the answer. It's just the look thing, either diesel or not, it won't be used. Just costs more when you need to buy tires. Yeah. You ready to put it on the special meeting, is it in the thing?
Should be. Could give you after everything. Takes them 2 weeks. For the approved here.
Getting close. Yeah, I mean, that's what they need. Truck or new truck. We should have just bought a new superintendent vehicle. How many miles does that one have now?
Right at 60,000.
Oh, you're doing good. I don't like, so yes. At least it wouldn't take death, I guess, but. Yeah. What does it get to the gallon? Does it say in there? See on the window sticker. Maybe it does. Let me see. Greenhouse gas rating, that's a D. You put it on there. Nope, they didn't put it on this one. Yeah, that's single digits. Yeah, might be, it might be there rather than 10. Let's see if I can look it up. If you have the 3 quotes, I mean, I would rather buy a brand new one than go used, maybe, but if you have what you need and if there's a diesel on there, I have to go diesel, if I was gonna go diesel.
Well, like I said, we can reach out to them tomorrow and see if even like the 3/4 ton, if we could, if we could get that with the bed, and then put it back on the
I mean,
schedule.
but we could approve up to,
Up to like 62, 63, whatever you wanna approve.
and that gives them the wiggle room and the time you need to find the.
And we get it purchased.
So if it goes the new route, it definitely saves money because they put in the discounts.
9 miles to the gallon. Yeah. So what's the amount that we gotta approve?
That's here.
Well, what we got there, right, is
60,290 is what we have to expend on the grant from the senator.
Well, I'm trying to do a combo with it.
If you're looking at like that place in La Jara, even.
Yeah.
If they would have to get us because we have to submit everything all together. And so, I mean, we could talk to them tomorrow and see what they have available. So as long as we know what type of model of truck you guys want, and if the bed doesn't happen, at least we have the truck, and then go from there.
Cause if you got a diesel F-250, you gotta haul a bobcat. The gas is F-250, you haul a bobcat. That's what I'm saying, I don't know if the dually part. Then you gotta buy 2 extra tires instead of 4.
We can definitely look at
Cause
that.
I'm just thinking,
You get a little bit better gas.
save some money on the single wheel versus going to dually gives you a little more to spend on your
Yeah.
bucks.
You get a 250 diesel, I'll let you get paid for that. Just, that's, oh,
Yeah, we can do that.
a 250 diesel. Yeah. For what you can pay for the.
Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't have more horsepower, but better gas mileage. Single cab. Yeah, diesel.
Do they still need to be plugged in and all that?
No, not really, not first going to get you. I mean, you could, just.
I mean, they're gonna come with a block heater. You have to put one on, then you ones don't. But you know, I've never had to put mine in. Yeah. Why don't you put the treatment in your place?
So you would want 250.
You get the F-250 four-door or single. I'm just saying for what you saw there was an F-250 four-door.
Yeah, 52, but you get single cab one 40s, and you buy a better flatbed with more boxes and more storage, and
So
you get a decent flatbed.
single cab, 250 diesel.
Cabin chassis, either or.
And we'll deal with the flatbed. So then, what do you want to approve then for that?
This one, okay.
Yes. The four-door? Yeah.
Price a four-door too.
We don't want a four-door. We used to have them in, like a Polo, and then got rid of them, because you get four doors, you end up with people in the back seat. Well, that's kind of, main thing, had to move people around. Well, no, it's gonna be one because, you know, guys used to get to work, and I hang out with buddies, and we got rid of all this.
Oh, praise good, everyone.
Yes. I was just gonna say, whatever Darren, if he wants a four-door, let him have a damn four-door. We have 60 grand, we don't need a dually.
We'll pay some different ones. Do you want to approve an amount, or do you want it to come back to the special?
No, I just read on special. Are you serious? It gives them, if we approve the 60,000, what's in the. They don't have those single cabs, Kelly. Make the motion. To approve
Whatever amount you say.
the, what's on there. Because if it goes over that, then really for what the district would pay $3,000 on top of that to get a truck, we're not breaking the bank.
Yeah.
Do we have that in operation to say approve 63,000?
As long as it's a new vehicle, you can't do it used.
Yeah, I don't mind having to do it used then. But at least we know what's the amount, like, budget wise, I'm just saying if we
Oh,
tacked on $4,000 more.
I mean the
Or
our
would it
overall budget is the 1.2 million carryover.
64? 64,000 something.
Who made the motion? Sorry.
I mean, I'm not saying that we have to get to that, but.
No, but it gives you some room.
Some
If we keep it under, that would be preferable.
Yes.
So at least max out that, but if it goes over, then you're okay.
Okay.
To up to 64,000.
I'll make a motion to approve an expenditure of up to $64,000.
Second.
For a Ford pickup truck.
Ford, Dodge,
Lord.
Ford. Like, for
Ford.
a Ford maintenance vehicle.
Okay.
First and second. Let's do a roll call just because it's a lot of.
It's a big dollar.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting all this.
President Rao,
Yes.
Secretary Beal, yes. Member Sisano?
Yes.
Member Romero?
Yes. Was that it?
I wasn't expecting all this. I didn't know we were buying trucks today.
That was the end of it. That's it. We still have executive.
Yeah.
For the record. Next item is executive session. This time, the chair will entertain a motion to enter into executive session pursuant to New Mexico Open Meetings Act, section 10-15-1H for the specific purpose stated on the agenda. Item A, discuss limited personnel matters as permitted under section
10-50-1H2 of the Mexico Open Meetings Act to discuss advertising for an interim superintendent position.
Move.
First and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Or does that have to be?
You gotta go roll.
Roll call, roll call.
President Brown,
Yes.
Secretary Cahill, yes, Member Sisnetos,
Yes.
Member Arnott.
Yes.
Motion carries. And the board will now enter executive session at 9:10 PM.
I'm sorry, was it me?
One.
One.
Second one.
All those in favor?
I,
Any opposed? Motion carries. Let the record reflect that the board opened session at 10:21 PM. Let the record also reflect that only the matter stated in the motion to close were discussed in executive session. There was no action taken as a result of the executive session. Future business, item A, future planning.
We do have the school board, law conference coming up, the 4th to the 6th, I believe, only. Yes. I believe only 2 had registered, Valerie.
no, I mean, I don't know, I did.
Yeah, I can.
Still haven't gone. So much for their law, huh?
Yes.
That's it.
Your special meeting.
Very special meeting, but that would be your,
Suggested for future.
yeah.
Item B, item suggested for future meetings. Special for.
We'll go to the 20.
27?
Wednesday.
Yeah, Wednesday or Thursday.
You said you can't do it this Friday?
No.
I thought you were off for a couple of weeks.
Not for this weekend. We'll put the Wednesday if you guys are the 27th.
Time,
Do you wanna do 5?
we can do it early.
I can't. Till that's early.
5 might be all right then.
That's about the earliest I can.
5 p.m.
5 o'clock.
What are you putting on that?
Budget read? That's the approval of the budget and review the applications.
Okay.
What do you say? What else did I say we were to do?
You tell me what the, I guess that policy for me.
The post with the truck for the,
We approved
You approved the 64.
64,000 from 20.
okay.
That was 30 of those movies.
So you got the budget, you're gonna open applicants. I don't know if we should approve the budget and open them at the same meeting.
Well, we gotta get budget done. That's
It's gotta be submitted by June
right,
1st.
June 1st, so it has to be we can't push that out further.
Is it gonna change from what we've seen today?
Unless you, we making big changes, but other.
just the cafeteria stuff.
Yeah, if we're gonna.
For your committee or no?
No,
You're not gonna be again anyway now? We should have done it, so we could approve it today.
well, we wanted to see if you guys wanted any changes so that we can have them presented for the special meeting.
Usually we do that during the, when we approve.
Make the motion to approve it, then with the changes. Yeah, yeah, but at least you get a
bird's eye,
yeah, before we get there for the final.
and then we'll put on the interim on there.
Yeah, I can be in there. Where do you put your reminder? Is it calendar? The right here, it says to remind me an hour or it's, there we go. 19. Yeah, so it'll be budget, open of the packets. And we can call to take action on the appointee of, if we choose on that day to appoint the interim. That's how we would word it.
I thought we were gonna do the pool first.
Well, I'm just saying,
We do it the same day,
the pool, if we don't like the pool, right?
or we just need to talk about what the process is gonna take. I wouldn't call it just an interim, it'd be a,
Discussion of possible interim and, as an action item.
yeah,
Yeah, but it'd be,
Because we don't have to take action if we decide.
but it would be under like the possible action on possible interim and then, I'm trying to remember
How
who
do
it is.
do you remember how we wrote it on there?
Did you
for
guys, well, I wasn't here when you did the interim, yeah, so I don't know how the.
It's exactly right, you wrote it? No. We just wrote, it was just under, anything, you don't got, for an interim, you don't got to put it on there, if you fire or something. You have the authority, to just appoint it in executive session. I mean, you will do that anytime.
But we're not firing nobody.
No, but this will be, you just write it on.
We can ask Sam.
I would ask her, maybe she wants to write it, just so we don't do it wrong.
Yeah, possible interim, how to get that in there. Cause I've never,
You also ask her exactly how we wrote, when we went in to open those applications. I think you gotta write it a certain way. I'll look back to see how we did it.
as far as the candidates for.
Yeah, I don't know if she put review or
I
not,
think it's review of,
cause I think
superintendent candidates.
you have to submit and document the time that we opened.
Yeah, you just documented an executive, because remember what's an executive doesn't come back out in
But for the applicants after you advertise, I don't know if we gotta send that to Pat or whatever, we gotta report on that. I think we did. Maybe we had Sullivan at the one time.
You don't have to send anything to add on that. That's probably on you guys. But you would, like, for the legality and in case somebody came back, like he said, and said, I wasn't given a fair share, shake, or whatever, then you can come back and you can do that.
Tony could tell us.
So you would just put it that you would review, and then you could also put in there too, review and discuss interviews for the chosen candidates. And if you, like I said, if you chose all, that's, you interview them all. If you made a criteria and you set that, like, you don't need to share that criteria with everybody.
I would just check with them for the wording, hoping that way we don't come back later on and say, well, we did it wrong or something like that.
Okay.
I think we're good. Anything else?
I don't think so.
Motion to adjourn? I'll make a motion to adjourn. First and second. All in favor? Aye. One no and three ayes. He said no. You really just said no. I say no. What did you say? I say nothing. You said yes for the